What's going on, everybody out there? Welcome to the XP Podcast, episode 18 for the final week, final week of July 2022. I'm your host, Mike Z, also known as Gamers Erectus. Joining me, as always, my co-host, the Chip Muncher himself, the Birdman, Logan B.
Oh, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing today? Exciting things to talk about. Some very exciting things we've been kind of wanting for a while.
A
Some
lot
good
of things
news.
to talk about.
Some very sad news about a certain Lord of the Rings property.
Yeah.
It really hurts.
It's honestly devastating.
And
Changes my whole
yes,
year around.
as you can tell, I'm very sad. Yeah, just some really good stuff to talk about, and I'm excited to get into it.
And that deep little manly chuckle you heard in the background, that is the embodiment of Thor himself, Mr. Thor Kage on PlayStation, DJK. Welcome to the show.
What's up? What's up?
So, how many episodes in a row is this, DJ? You're becoming a regular here. Was this like 3 or 4? No, there was that one in the middle that you didn't do.
Yeah, there was a skip because I was off pretending to be an adult.
We need to get you a mic.
I'm working on it.
That's
hopefully.
Okay. All right, well, as always, when you're on, it is your show for the question of the week. So what do you got for us?
All right. Well, I figure I'd make one that should be kind of open and shut, but it's who's the best video game mascot?
All right, I want to jump in real quick, and I want to answer this question, and then we can talk about others that isn't the very best. The answer is Mario. Like,
oh yeah,
that is the correct answer to this question, but that's not fun. I want to actually argue about PlayStation versus Xbox, because that's what we do here. We don't really talk about Nintendo too much, because it's just Nintendo.
Like, I do agree, though. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's Mario. I think is the most worldwide known thing. If you think of like, if you're like an adult and you're not like into gaming, what's the first thing you think of? Probably Mario.
Gollum.
So yeah.
That's why I threw. That's why I threw Pac-Man. Because I figured if you're asking people, I would say over 35 that like grew up in the arcade generation, they're either gonna say Pac-Man or they're saying Mario. Maybe a couple Donkey Kongs, but they're saying one of those 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple Sonics, but it's 9 out of 10. It's Mario.
That's getting into like, you know, the Atari era, and like, let's be honest, those people still exist. Obviously, I'm not saying they're dead, but like they're not a part of the modern video game landscape, you know. I mean, when's the last time Pac-Man was relevant? I mean, I think I guess he had a game come out like in 2015, 2016, Pac-Man World Championship.
He has them here and there, but yeah, honestly, it's not like on GameCube, and I believe it was on PS2. They had Pac-Man Fever, which was just Mario Party with a handful of Pac-Man people and some Tekken people and a few other Bandai Namco properties, and that was it. And it was like, this is really weird. And other than that, there's been like 2 Pac-Man worlds, and the rest are all literally the arcade game, just with extra bells and whistles. So
now correct me if I'm wrong. No, I'm saying, correct me if I'm wrong. There's a brand new Pac-Man game coming to Switch, right? It's like a remake.
No, it's a remake of the PS1.
Well,
game.
I mean, yeah, a remake is still a brand new game. Damn it.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a remake. It's a
PS1 game. Yeah. It's definitely a remake.
They are updating with a new engine, so I guess yeah. But I'm actually kind of excited about that game. It actually looks pretty cool.
All right, so let's get into the actual fanboy topic here. Like I said, the answer is Mario, but the battle between what PlayStation and what Xbox mascot, to me, is an easy answer, but someone sitting over here on the other side of the mic will probably disagree with me. Like, I personally...
What, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, why would I disagree? I already know what your answer is.
What's my answer?
It's Master Chief. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's not.
What do you mean? Yes, it is. Master Chief is literally what pushed the first original Xbox to be a thing.
Well, yeah. I said, yeah. I'm saying, but he's not like the best.
Well,
He's the best on Xbox.
I'm saying the best for each. Kratos isn't the main driving force of a PlayStation. I know he's a.
I was never gonna say Kratos.
Then who is it?
Who's the best mascot in PlayStation history?
Yeah, who is the best mascot? The one that's been there since the beginning.
Well, since the beginning, there is none.
Master Chief's been there since the beginning.
That's what's so great, because PlayStation continually makes more of them. Halo's still working off what came back in 2001. Yeah. PlayStation's actually able to create different things and keep going.
You know, Ratchet & Clank's been the same damn thing since literally the beginning, right?
Since the beginning of the PS2, not the PS1.
Yeah, so still. God of War wasn't there PS1.
Sony has kind of evolved, and they have different mascots for their different alleys. Like family games, it went from Crash to Ratchet and Clank, and now it's kind of both yet. Whereas, like, for non-kids or families, there really wasn't one for PS1, but then it was Kratos, and now it's kind of shifted between Kratos. Well, yeah, and who else am I thinking of?
What, on PS2?
What's his face? Yeah. When was the first?
Just Jack. Just Ratchet. Kratos. I don't even really count, because Kratos came out in 2005, a year before the PS3 was a thing. So it's not really. I don't really count him.
When was the first? What the hell's the? It just had a movie come out. What the hell's the name of the game?
Uncharted?
Yeah. When was that? PS3 or?
Yeah, it was PS3. That was definitely PS3. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, other than that, like, they've kind of had a shift. They've tried to make it be Sackboy since.
I love Sackboy, dude.
Late PS2, or was that only PS3? That was really to push PS3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was PS3. Yeah.
Yeah. The first Little Big Panther came out.
It's kind of worked. He's a decent mascot, but he's not to the level like we're saying, like, when PS1 came out, like, the first thing you're thinking of is Crash or Spyro. Like, I'm not even like, the other were not even thought of yet. Well, might have been thought of, but weren't even in the works. And then, like, but like, compared to that, like, you only have Master Chief, and I guess maybe you could say Marcus Phoenix.
Yeah, Marcus Phoenix.
I was gonna say.
We have the dude from Fable. We have
what dude from Fable? He's a customizable character.
I know, but then there's the hero girl. But also, you said what? Okay, here. You know what? You want to go all fanboyish? At least Master Chief has been a selling mascot, one that has literally sold the original Xbox to be what it is this day, and even 360 when they had Halo 3 come out. Literally, Master Chief has been the poster child for that. Yes, PlayStation does all the time, but if we're going to say the best mascot, what's the most long-lasting mascot other than Mario? Probably Master Chief, because Kratos didn't start till the end of PS2. Crash Bandicoot isn't even the mascot anymore in PlayStation. It used to be in PS1.
Well,
I mean, who else?
I don't really think modern day gaming has really mascots per se. They have iconic characters. Like, when we're talking about what a mascot is, it's like what we're talking about, something that defines what it's on, that defines the name behind it. Mario and Zelda and Link define Nintendo. Master Chief and Marcus Phoenix. Would you let me get a single thought process out?
No, I meant for you to go fanboy and say that wrong.
No, all right, because I'm trying to build up to a non-fanboyish statement, but you won't let me get there.
How?
Can I say my non-fanboyish statement?
I'd like to hear it.
Is it fair to say this? Taking Nintendo out, because Nintendo wins this argument, no matter what perspective we came from. Master Chief is the most iconic out of the two studios, but in terms of quantity and like actual recognizable characters, PlayStation wipes the floor. I think that's an incredibly fair comment to say.
No. I agree with that.
Okay, I was like, come on, man.
We can stand on that. No, you're right, because I agree with you 100%. So yes, no, I mean, if we're gonna say characters than just Halo, there's a couple, but yeah, I would definitely say there are more IP heavy hitters for PlayStation that I 100% agree with you. Like, we got Ghost of Tsushima, dude. He's like a main driving person now. We have Kratos back again.
Do you remember his name?
Kratos definitely now is a big system seller, because God of War 2018 was I mean, even people that aren't big PlayStation people love the new God of War, and that's all I've heard about it. So, I mean, if you did have to pick a modern day heavy hitter, I would definitely say Kratos is really good for PlayStation.
I would actually argue in terms of sales. You were talking about in terms of selling consoles.
Yeah.
The current Sony big seller is Spider-Man. It sells more than anything on the market, dude.
Well, I guess you're right. Yeah,
yeah.
you're right.
Spider-Man alone, just the very first game, sold almost. Wait, no, I think it's actually sold more than God of War 2018 and Last of Us Part 2 combined.
That's true. I guess
people don't realize how much
Miles Morales.
Well, I'm not even talking about Miles Morales included. I'm talking about just OG Spider-Man.
No. I know what you're saying. I'm just trying to say I wonder how much Miles Morales sold actually, because I mean, no, I agree with that. I didn't even really think about that yet. Definitely Spider-Man is the big heavy hitter right now. I mean, he's like, I still remember when that game launched. It was just everywhere. I mean, like anything you see, like that's all I could think about was PlayStation. I mean, that's what got me to get a PlayStation 4 was literally specifically Spider-Man. So,
but like, I think DJ was attempting to get to the point before Logan and I fanboy battled it out.
Sorry,
over here. No, it's cool.
By the way,
I love it.
Everybody, we love each other. We do not hate each other.
I think the point that DJ, I think the point that DJ was attempting to get to is say that PlayStation has done something that, I mean, you and I have complained about this on the Xbox side, Logan and I. PlayStation moves on and creates new things quite often. I mean, he was talking about PS2. You had Jack, Ratchet, granted Ratchet's still here, yes. Kratos became a thing. Then PS3, you have Nathan Drake, huge one. Man, I just fucking blanked.
I think what like happened was you had Mario, then you had Sonic, then you had Crash, and then it was like about the time 360 came out, they saw Master Chief, and I don't know if you call him a mascot.
Xbox Original is when the first Halo came out.
So then you have Master Chief show up, and then it morphs from, and then like Sega folded. So I think it kind of became clear outside of Mario, like especially to Sony, it became clear, okay, we can't run with a mascot per se. We have to come up with iconic characters. And that's what Sony has knocked out of the park, where Microsoft, I mean, like I said, Marcus Phoenix, a couple other handful, but it's like they've like Mike said, has been like kind of trying to drive sales through the Halo series, which they're at this point they're beating a dead horse.
It seems like, yeah, no, 100% agree with that.
whereas Sony keeps evolving, and even same with Nintendo. Nintendo they have Link and Zelda. They have like Mario's the starter. Link and Zelda are probably number 2, and then now they kind of more or less own Sonic, but they don't really use him. They use him to sell their Sonic versus Mario games, but those aren't And like other than that, it's like they kind of use Pikmin, but Pikmin are really like an off the bench player. Like Pikmin's there, but it's like one they kind of
hasn't been a Pikmin game since 2012, brother. I know you love Pikmin, but you got to get off that horse, man. You got to bail out.
Pikmin's
they only re-released. They made that crappy 2D side scroller for 3DS. Like it's been sad. And like other than that, like what else? What other one was I just thinking of?
Well, you think of that, I'm gonna say something.
I mean, let's be honest here, though. The main seller of like where Nintendo is now today, in my opinion, has been basically Zelda and Mario. I think they're almost equal.
Yeah, at this point. And Pokemon, which
Pokemon
recently
too. I guess you're right.
Has been Pikachu 100% of the way, but they are now definitely, especially in Japan, that's starting to leak over. Pikachu and Eevee are the mascot kind of together, and you'll see both at like big events, but like Pikachu and Charizard, I think, are still like the number 1 and 2 most collected and have the most cards to collect. So it's like it's not really Nintendo's driving force. That's Game Freak and Pokemon's driving force, but it's still like you think Nintendo, you're thinking Mario, Link, Zelda, Pokemon games, and you're immediately thinking Pikachu. So it's like it's still Mario, but I mean Pikachu's up there for like giving Nintendo more of a foundation, iconic character-wise, than Microsoft has.
Here is the list.
I'm going to disagree with that point right
sorry.
there. I will not say Pikachu is a more defining thing for them. I would say, obviously, yeah, Mario, I think is still to this day, definitely. I mean, as much as I want to say Zelda is with him, that's a more defining thing for what Nintendo is.
I disagree entirely.
They're making a Nintendo Land, a theme park, and guess what it's surrounded around? What mascot? Pikachu?
Hey, the Pikmin
Zelda?
are going to be a part of it.
Mario. Well, Pikmin's probably going to be a little tiny piece, but yeah.
Yeah.
You thinking Pikmin's come back? Stop.
I will disagree with Logan there. Well, Nintendo does not...
I know you guys don't like Microsoft, but Master Chief, you have to admit, is a very defining mascot for the entire Xbox thing ever since the beginning.
Hey, I was a 360 hard ass. Halo 3 and Modern Warfare 2 are still in my probably top 5 of multiplayer games ever.
And the only reason the Xbox original was even doing decently good was mainly because of Halo 1 and Halo 2. I mean, Halo 2, back when before online gaming was a really big thing, other than on PC, Halo 2 was the most popular online game to play at that time period, other than also Battlefront 2 Classic, But I mean, Halo 2 was like the big thing. So yeah, Halo sold Xbox, and it pretty much was the big driving force. And that's why it's still here to this day. That's why I think it is like he is the mascot for Microsoft or Xbox. But like PlayStation, yes, I mean I agree they have a lot of different things, but you gotta remember they're all different things. They don't have we're talking about a mascot. We're not talking about all the good characters they had. What mascot has been driving them since the beginning? I mean, clearly Mario's been the thing that's been pushing Nintendo. Master Chief's been clearly the thing that's been pushing Xbox. And then PlayStation has a lot of different ones. And I'm not going to say any of them are bad because I like them all. I mean, I love Crash Bandicoot. And now Crash Bandicoot is kind of any system thing, unless for some reason Xbox decides to make it a exclusive, which I guess would be kind of weird. But hey, whatever they want to do. And then, we had Sackboy for PS3, which was the big thing. I don't even know what PS2's was other than I think Ratchet. So I guess it was Ratchet, Jack. They were the two things for PS2. And then we had Sackboy for PS3. And then PS4, I guess, would be Nathan Drake. Because that's where I've seen it. Other than, I guess, Spider-Man now. But let's talk about the beginning. I would say Nathan Drake would be the pushing force for the original part of the PS4 generation.
I want to go back to way back now. But before I make my statement, I am appalled that you say I don't like Microsoft. I do like Microsoft. I just personally think Sony's better, and I want to state again.
I'm happy about that. But
I want to state again. I said
doesn't have a good mascot.
I said Master Chief is the best. I literally said Master Chief is better than any one PlayStation one or Sony one, but Sony has significantly more than Xbox can even come close to. That was the statement I made. Do we remember that?
But you're like trying to say that PlayStation, since they have so many, therefore that makes them a better mascot.
No,
I don't agree with that.
You perceived that. You perceived that I meant that. I said Master Chief is better than all of them.
I don't know. Well,
but I also do want to dispute. You said that Zelda is the driving force. Zelda's only the driving force.
I didn't say they were the driving force. I said they're like about equal for Mario.
Only recently, because before Breath of the Wild.
Well, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The Nintendo Switch. I wasn't saying beforehand.
Yeah, Zelda is the 4th best-selling game on Switch. But you also were saying that Pokemon isn't one of the main sources of Nintendo income, and I completely disagree with that. Pokemon's been the best-selling game.
Yeah, but I was saying they're not the most main income. I'm saying that they're not the mascot that everybody goes and says, hey, that's Nintendo. We're talking about mascots. I'm not saying not good characters or IPs or good selling games. I'm talking about what is a mascot. That's the whole point of this topic. Yeah, we could all go around in circles about who's the best characters for each console, but we got to talk about who's the mascot. Who's the one that, if you had to look at the majority of the people in your eyes, what they would look at and say, that's the mascot. That's the person that represents this brand.
You know what's funny? I love the fact that we're sitting here arguing about who gets second place, or even third place, or maybe even fourth place. Like,
that's fair.
Yeah, because I would honestly say Sonic is a better mascot for the company that he is than anything that we've talked about. Maybe only challenged by Master Chief. What Sonic meant for Sega, in my opinion, even though it's failed, meant more back then than Master Chief.
Oh, well,
maybe
yeah.
outside of the 360
There's
era
no
ever
dispute
did the
with that.
Xbox.
Because Sonic was their driving force between
the only thing they had.
Dreamcast, right? Was the next like Sonic game, and then it came out, and they were
Well,
like,
way before Dreamcast.
"The fuck is
Well,
this?"
can we even give like
Well, yeah, way
appreciation the
before.
fact that Sonic is still alive to this day?
I mean,
I agree with you on that. Like, it's literally he was so strong and popular as a character, like even before Master Chief was a thing. And even though the company's been failing and all that stuff happened, they still have rised up and they keep making it popular. And then all of a sudden they made these movies and it's even more and more popular. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you. And I know I like Xbox, but no, dude, like 100%, I agree with that. Sonic definitely is easily second place. I mean, like, such a good character.
People don't.
The first version of that movie almost killed him for good.
Well, people don't realize that Sonic the Hedgehog is the singular sole reason that Sega was ever successful and ever even challenged Nintendo. And for about an entire generation's time gap, they did challenge. Sega Saturn punched, not Saturn, the one before Saturn. I don't remember what it is. Punched right in there with the NES at that point, or SNES at that point.
You lost Logan.
Oh, we did? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he'll come back, I guess. So, well, now that he's gone, we can rave about PlayStation. So, PlayStation's the best, right?
I mean, I like we've talked about before. I was PS1, like Super Nintendo, regular Nintendo, PS1, PS2, GameCube, and then it was, hey guys, are we all going at 360 or are we going PS3? And everyone was 360, so it's like, well, I guess I'm going that. And then like we were in college, and
I was just say, I still want to hold the record. I want it on the record that I personally believe that I switched you.
Oh no. When we okay, so
I played a part in it.
360, like I was fine, whatever, 360, and then when the next one was coming out, I was like, am I gonna stay Xbox or am I gonna go back to PlayStation? I kind of miss having PlayStation. Like Like the only thing that was like even relatively close to keeping me Xbox was backwards compatibility. But at that point, I already had the original systems or had the extra cash to rebuy them. So I was like, whatever, like I don't care about backwards compatibility. And then I remember you got me and Worthy hyped to watch the release, like the presentations for both, and like you had us hyped as shit for the PlayStation, for the Sony one, and we were like, man, Xbox better fucking knock it out of the park or we're going PlayStation. And then the Xbox one was like,
did not knock it out of the park.
It's for families. Like, look how easy you can watch TV with it. And we're sitting there like, yeah, but I'm not buying this to watch TV. Like, I'm buying this to play games. Like, I don't give a shit about watching TV. Like, now, don't get me wrong. When I take a break from playing games because I burn myself out, I'm only using it for Hulu or Disney Plus or anything like that right now. But like when I'm gaming, I'm like, I don't remember last time I looked at my Switch, just because I'm waiting for Pokemon and I'm waiting to see when Advance Wars reboot is coming out, and that doesn't look like it's happening until next year now. So I'm like waiting for Pokemon, and then it's back to not giving a shit about Nintendo again, just because I've never really tried to sit down and play the Zelda games, and I'm trying to think of the last. I have like the Mario Classics for the anniversary, and I mean I've already beaten Mario Sunshine like 3 times, so like it's beating 64 and beating Mario Galaxy, which I mean I'll work on it eventually, but when there's no achievements, it really kills the drive to like sit down and play a whole game when there's no achievements to unlock.
That's what I'm saying. Like, not everybody agrees with me, and not everybody shares that same sentiment, and I get that. But for me, um, perfect example. Well, we'll get to it in what you've been doing. We've been on this for long enough. Anything else? I'm gonna say I will personally rank them just my own. I think Mario, Sonic, and then Master Chief, top 3,
I'll agree with that.
and then everything PlayStation after that.
I agree with that. and after what you said too after that.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, you know what? I'm gonna back that up. I don't think I was excited enough. What do you guys think? I think I was kind of down on that one. I was kind of sad, kind of lonely.
You were sad.
All right. If you didn't know, this is the XP Podcast, our weekly video game and pop culture news podcast, where Logan, me, and DJ sit down with y'all and talk about all the news stories and happenings inside and out of the video game world. We post a new episode each and every week, so you can listen to it whenever you feel necessary. You can find us on most of the popular podcasting services, including Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and Patreon. Speaking of Patreon, if you enjoy what we're doing here, please support us on our Patreon, where you can be a part of our weekly discussions and give us your opinions on everything we talk about and everything we don't. You'll also be able to find all of our uploads there, along with any exclusive episodes we may post. Links for that, as always, are in the description down below, or you can simply just go to patreon.com and search Experience Point, capital X, capital P, ERIENCE, POINT. You'll find us that way. However, if you don't have any money to send our way, don't worry. We still love and appreciate you for being a part of what we hope will be a growing community. You can also go over to our YouTube channel, where you can get this show and all of our shows in full video format. If you do, please don't forget to give us a like, share, subscribe, and hit that notification icon so you can be aware of everything we post when we decide to post it. New episode reminders are up and live. Finally, Elden Ring review is out. Logan sits down for about an hour and 26 minutes so and talks about everything great about Elden Ring, and spoiler alert, why he considers it to be one of the greatest games ever made. So go over, enjoy that. You can listen to this man talk for a long time and me just kind of sit here and not really say too much. But it was cool. I didn't care. I like listening. So hope you guys enjoy that. With all that out of the way, let's get into today's show. It's a big one, a long one. There's a lot to talk about. In our point of the show, also known as Pots, we bring you, as promised, the spoiler talk for Thor Love and Thunder. Logan has finally seen it. He'll give us a short review, and then we'll get into the plot details and story and talk about everything that we liked and things we didn't like in full spoiler fashion. Then, it was San Diego Comic-Con this weekend. Boy, the future of the MCU is here, and we're going to talk about it, and along with all the news coming out of San Diego Comic-Con. Speaking of the news, we also have updates for you. I got that wrong. Speaking of the news, we have San Diego Comic-Con updates, more Ubisoft Disappointment to talk to you about, and The Last of Us Part 1. After all the leaks, they said, screw it, here's a bunch of details. Gave us about a 10-minute trailer. I watched it. It's about what I expected. But before we get to all that, as always, it's time for What You've Been Doing, where we catch up on all things pop culture that we've been doing throughout the week, whether that be gaming, TV shows, movies, books, or comics. It doesn't matter to us because we love it all. I'm going to switch it up a little bit. DJ, Mr. Thor Kage, what have you been doing?
Knocking out my daunting task of platinuming Horizon little by little. Realized, because I signed up for premium, PlayStation Plus Premium, and I haven't really dove too much into that, but realized I have like 10 games downloaded from the last couple weeks. So I dove into Stray, because that was the whole reason for going premium. That has been like, holy cow so far, and just thinking like, man, maybe I do need a PS5, because I'm sure it looks mind-blowing on my PS4. Like, PS5 just has to be like, holy shit. But other than that, I tried Crash 4, It's About Time. Played through a couple levels of that. That was pretty interesting. that's probably it, really, game-wise. Movie-wise, what do we all watch? We watched The Gentleman on Netflix, which interesting movie. Colin Farrell, Matthew McConaughey, Charlie Hunnam. Forget who else is really in that. That gangster movie, pretty fun. Another weird Spanish one called The Platform, which was this weird. It's like a Black Mirror episode, just intensified, and that was. I would definitely say go. It's not like crazy good or worth an Oscar or anything, but it's like I said, it's like a really long Black Mirror episode, and that was pretty intense. Other than that, I don't think. I mean, I've been watching Dance Moms with my wife just because that's what's on when I go downstairs, and that's just funny watching
unexpected.
women be angry at a dance teacher that they're paying to be, teach their kids and be ruthless because she only coaches champions. So that's always fun to watch some of that stuff because, I mean, it's funny to watch reality TV and make fun of other people's lives.
Say, is that on A&E? Because it sounds like something that would be on A&E.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, like it sounds like an A&E TV show. My mom and dad watch that shit all the time.
Other than that, just prepping for this week or at the very latest Sunday. Well, Sunday is when it'll start. Who actually knows when? But kid number 1 comes this week, so that's awesome.
Hell yeah, brother. Well, I'm excited for you. Can't wait to meet the little fucker. Do you know sex yet, or are you guys waiting until it comes out?
Girl, and you're gonna love this.
Uh-oh.
The name that I got to pick out, her name is gonna be Natasha.
Nice. Hell yeah. That's cool. I'm probably gonna name my kids after video game characters. Not anything crazy. I'm not gonna be like Kratos Michael or something stupid like that, but it's probably gonna be some kind of MCU slash video game character-esque. So I already know the name of my first girl if I do have a girl. I don't know the name of my son. I haven't figured that one out yet. My first girl is gonna be named Skylar. I love the name Skylar. All right. So with all the kid talk out of the way, is that everything you've been doing?
Yep, pretty much.
All right. Well, me, myself, and I have also played Stray. I beat it. I'm 1 trophy away from the platinum. It's a speedrun trophy. I haven't really attempted it yet. Not that it's hard. You just gotta remember where everything is to find to complete all the puzzles, and I'll probably just pull up a guide or a walkthrough, and it'll take me anywhere between like an hour and a half, under 2 hours, because if it's over, then I don't get the trophy. But that's it. That's all I got left. All the other trophies are knocked out. I got the one for sleeping. That turned out to be not the game's fault, it was my PlayStation's fault. So I tried to do it 2 different times, and it kept like one going to sleep on me and not popping the trophy. But then we figured out the problem was my controller kept disconnecting, which would then pause the game, which then eventually, with no action happening, the console would just put itself to sleep. So
it
was annoying.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change some options so I can get that one. I think the first trophy I got was the meow 100 times, and that was like literally 10 minutes in. So
see, I tried to play a little bit more naturally. Like I didn't just sit there and meow the whole time. So I probably popped the meow trophy like in chapter 7 or 8, something like that. Just because I was actually trying to like role play as this cat. So like when I wanted someone's attention, or when I wanted one of the I guess it's not a spoiler alert, the robots to do something, I would meow at them. I was trying to like role play as this cat, and which it turns out I probably enjoyed the game more because of that. But anyway, played some. So yeah, beat that. Said we're still working on the platinum. Played a couple of the DLCs for Mafia 2. If you remember, I beat that last week. The DLCs aren't that great. So news there. And then the big one, the one I started last night. And since last night, you'll like this, DJ. Since last night, I have played probably 2 hours and popped 22 trophies.
Holy shit!
It is, ladies and gentlemen, not the Jungle Book, the video game.
God,
it's not good. It's not good at all. But man, the trophies. I'm not gonna platinum it because it's got online trophies, which is kind of annoying. Unless you want to, it's free on PlayStation Plus. So if you want to hop on and we can run through, there's only 4 levels and each one takes about 20 minutes to beat. So
how does a game like that have online trophies?
I don't know. What's funny is the game also costs $30 if you buy it straight out, so I did not pay a single dime for it. But yeah, so if you want to get a couple easy trophies out there, they come fast and furious just by playing the game, and then it requires you to look at the trophy list and do a couple more pinpointed activities. There's one for getting through a level without dying, and so far I've beat all 4 levels, and I've replayed 2 of them, and every single time I die at the very last room once. So I could never get the trophy for not dying. It's super annoying. But honestly, this game is not made for me. Clearly, it's made for, I don't know. I honestly don't know who it would be made for, but it's because I don't really know if it's made.
Shut them up in front of a TV.
Yes, I guess yes. Kids, and you can. It's got couch co-op, online co-op. So honestly, it's more feature packed than some AAA video games at this point in time. But then the last thing that I've been doing, no TV, no movies or anything this week, because I've talked about it. I'm pretty much headfirst into video games right now. I don't know. I just something we'll talk about here in a little bit. I just can't bring myself to MCU right now. So, but finally, in this, I will wrap this into what Logan's been doing. We can talk about it together. On Black Friday, like you guys found out last week, I bought Battlefield 2042, and Logan and I have been playing it for what, like 4 or so hours now. I think my game time says like 5 hours, maybe. We've been playing it over the past week, so we put some time and effort into it, and I'll say, firsthand experience. Logan obviously has played 70 something hours. I don't even know how long he's played, but a lot more than me. I can say that the game is perfectly fine. And I don't think that's coming from, again, full disclosure, a non-fan of the series other than Battlefield 1 and like the Bad Company stories. Never a huge into the multiplayer of Battlefield. I do prefer it gameplay-wise, like the old ones, like the highly strategic gameplay. That's why I love playing Battlefield 1 with you, DJ, and Worthy, and whoever else. I think it was Cousins or something. They play with us. I don't remember who played with us, but those couple months that we were playing that was great. I loved that. But this game is not strategic in any capacity at all. But it's fun, I guess. It's been a good time. I still want to keep playing it just to kind of hang out.
Sounds like you two put more hours into it than the developers, so that's kind of impressive.
Oh, actually, let me roll back. I know I said I'd turn it over to you, Logan, but I forgot to mention something. The last thing, technically, before I turn it over to Logan, you can talk about the new Battlefield. I have, once again, put about 7+ hours into Marvel's Avengers. My Jane Foster, also known as Mighty Thor, is fully level capped at 50. Also champion level 5 at this point, so not very far into the champion level grind. And my power level, I just reached 100 today, so I'm getting to the point where I can start making the build that I want for her. So, and I will say the same thing that I always say: this game fucking sucks, but I love the death out of it. It's just something so barbaric about how the game is put together, and the fact that I just like taking a character from level 1, seeing every single little thing I do, numbers go up on the screen, and you do feel like your actual character getting more powerful, and as you unlock the entirety of the skill tree, and then you can figure out how you want to play this character, and then from there you can figure out how you want to build the character through loot. But yeah, I'm still on it. Every time they come out, I'll talk as much shit as anybody on the game, but every time they come out with a new character, I'm going to play it. I'm going to fully level them up, fully max power level, and then probably roll out after that. So that's it for me. Turning it over to Mr. Birdman himself, you over there with the face.
Oh,
eating the chips. What kind of chips were they, by the way?
No, they were just Taco Bell chips. So cheese. Tortilla.
I don't know why, but like when you were eating it, I was like, sounds like McAllister's. But
McAllister. Oh, yeah, I love some McAllister's.
Had some this past week. Had some McAllister's and a couple donuts after the gym. Had to get my sugar pump going on.
Do you like tea though? Their tea at McAllister's.
I don't drink calories, so no, I don't drink their tea. I drink their unsweet tea because I'm a heathen, but
yeah, I feel your pain.
I love it. I don't have any pain of it. All right, what have you been doing, man? You want to start out with Battlefield, or talk about what it's like to play with somebody? Because this is the first time you actually sat down, like, played with a friend and tried to communicate.
I have played with other people before, but the issue was, and we'll be getting into this later on, is they were all PC players, and I had to get on Discord to play with them.
Yeah.
Again, that'll be something we'll be talking about later, which, I mean, it's still not out. Anyways, they say it's out. It's not. But, yeah, I mean, we've played Battlefield 2042. I've actually been having a lot of fun. We've definitely had some very bad matches, but also some really good ones. Yeah, today the first match was brutal.
Yeah, that second match was hype as hell.
Oh yeah, second one was awesome.
We came back from like 100 kills down. Logan and I was single-handedly, well, not single-handedly, but in our squad, we were single-handedly leading the charge.
Yeah, our squad sucked. It was basically us. But yeah, no, that was really fun. Been actually really enjoying it. I think, again, they fixed the game quite a bit since launch. They've definitely nerfed some characters. They've definitely upped the attachments actually matter. I mean, I like the new map. Not saying that was enough. They should have definitely added more than just one singular map. But I do kind of like that they kind of basically, in a way, to kind of equal it out, they made that playlist where you could play all the old maps, so like Battlefield Backup 2, Battlefield 3. We haven't, for some reason, we haven't landed on a Battlefield 1943 map yet. I think 42. If I got that year right. 42. Dang it. I was close. 1942. We have
same as 2042.
Yeah, we didn't get a map on that yet, which I thought was kind of weird. But we did get every other game so far, other than I think we have.
No, we have not played a match on Orbital yet, because remember we were talking about
and we haven't done the snow map either yet.
Yeah, I honestly think there's quite a few, because we've only done like 4 or 5 different ones. Like,
yeah,
I honestly think there's quite a few we haven't done. But I will say, from someone who's fresh and brand new, once Logan told me what the new map what the new map was and which one it was, I thought it was great. It's a fantastic map. I actually really, really liked it. The one we just got done playing on, I'm not as big a fan in it. Renewal.
The one with
split. I think visually it looks cool, and like what they're trying to do with the storytelling between, like, the wall splitting the green and the desert. All that looks really cool, but the map is just a flat plane. It's kind of uninteresting to play on, but
I honestly think the big issue with that map is the fact that ever since they've been kind of pushing away from doing the 128 players, I'm not going to lie, some of the 2042 maps just don't feel right with just 60. They are slightly smaller, but when I play them with the 128 players, it feels like there's a lot more going on than like when I do play it with 64 players. But
am I wrong to say, I thought there were bots that filled out the rest of the lobby?
They do, 100. But the thing is, the playlist we're playing on is 64 players only.
Okay.
So that way it can have a bigger audience, because only last-gen consoles can play with 64 players. So basically, I think they made that lobby just for that, which if we do play later or something like that, there is another playlist that does do 128 players.
Let's try the 128 and see how it runs.
Dude, it is so much more chaotic than you think what's going on there. It's like double.
Man, this past game, I was in a fucking grinder at B1. I could not get free. The rest of my squad was 300 meters away. Go figure.
Especially the other night when we were playing on, I don't remember the map, but it was a Battlefield 3 map. And you're on that one point, and basically there was like 5 guys in that little bunker area. And the entire enemy team was coming out. Yeah.
And we just kept respawning on each other. We eventually took the point, which was kind of cool. Moments like that is awesome. Moments like that, when a game can replicate those moments where you're actually communicating with the team, or communicating visually, I guess. We were pinging things and all that. You and I are communicating, but when you're working with your team and you die and you spawn back in, and it really feels like you're just soldiers being thrown at a problem, which I guess doesn't sound that great now that I said it, but and then eventually you like overcome and you take over the point, and it's like, fuck yeah. Those moments are cool. But I will say, without a shadow of doubt, playing this it just got me more excited for Warzone. Playing with all you guys, playing with DJ,
Oh, I know. I
playing
am
with Worthy,
so
playing with
excited.
Logan, where we actually. Oh, by the way, DJ, I want you to sit up real quick and listen to me real quick. Oh, you listening? You listen?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I didn't hear you. You didn't come through that well. I'm gonna need some
Yeah.
communication from you when Warzone 2 comes out. All right. I don't want you to. I don't want to look down in the corner of my screen and be like, "Oh, who you fighting at?" Like, "Oh, I've been fighting this team for like 5 minutes."
Yeah, I have a bad habit, especially being like 9 times out of 10. Like if it's you, me, Mike, or if it's you, me, Worthy, and like one of his cousins, or it's not my brother, it's like I get up somewhere high and I'm sniping, so I'm picking out like some call outs, and then like we drop the ball. I'm like, hey, let's move here, and I'm over here just dropping fucking 200-yard shots, 300-yard shots, just ridiculous shots dropping. You guys are off like in another like, hey, where are you? Like, oh, I'm still fighting this team back here, and you're like, what team? Oh, they're halfway across the map. I just was throwing shots and hitting people. So, and then you guys are like, hey, how about you don't do that? And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I have a gun that shoots fire, so I
No,
shoot
dude,
fire.
that's what I'm saying. When Warzone 2 comes out, let me know, and I'm just gonna fucking send it at him every single time. I got my AR and my SMG build, and you're gonna snipe, and I'm just gonna send it at him. Logan and I are gonna freaking run the triangle offense on every single team.
Oh yeah. No, I'm
Yeah,
down for
That's
that.
you take left, I'll take
that's the
right.
best.
Yeah, and then DJ just sniping from a long distance. All right, what else you been playing, Mr. Logan?
So I officially gave up on Assassin's Creed.
Yay, it's about
I'm
fucking
not,
time.
I'm not doing
So
it
did
anymore.
Ubisoft.
I will not put myself through that pain
How long did you get?
anymore.
How many hours you get through?
I think I've got 45 hours into the
Okay,
game, and
so
I just was like, this
yeah,
is boring.
you almost got
And I
halfway
was
to
trying
me.
to push through the campaign too. Like, I was not doing, I started to give up on doing all the open world stuff and mainly just went straight to mission because I just like, I don't care about all these open world stuff. And I was already overpowered from where I was. So I was
Is
like,
this
I'm just
on
going to,
Valhalla?
yeah.
Okay.
It's the thing that's so sad is like that's such a cool time period. Like I love Vikings. I think Vikings are super cool. Clearly, especially with God of War, I love that stuff. Like it's so cool. So I thought this was gonna be perfect because like the thing is like the thing I didn't like about Origins, I don't really care about the time period, just like I didn't like Assassin's Creed 2's time period. But I do like Odyssey and Valhalla's time period, and I thought since Valhalla was trying to push to kind of bring back the normal ish gameplay from like, like I guess it was more in line with what Origins was doing than Odyssey with, less stealth and all that. But yeah, I mean, I played a lot of it and I just was like, this is just getting boring. I mean, I talked about this the last episode, but it's just like you're just repeating the same things over and over and over again, and there's nothing exciting really happening. And it's just kind of but the game I did switch over to that happens to be way better, and just I've been pushing it off and I need to beat it. So I have switched over to Fire Emblem Three Houses actually, and I'm going to
Finally.
just complete that game and I'm going to beat it because I'm not going to lie, that game is so good, and it's just I don't know why I stopped playing it. I just stopped playing it. It's not because it's boring. It's not because I don't like it. It's super good, and I have a problem with pushing games off. So this is going to be my chance to finally beat it. Heck, I'll probably even be playing it on the plane when I'm going to Florida and everything. So I'll probably be bringing my Switch with me to play it on there. But yep, I'm very excited to beat that game.
Who you
If I do
playing
beat it,
as?
I'll let you guys. What?
What
Oh,
what house are you?
I forgot what the house was. It's
What color?
Oh,
the
Stark.
the
Red,
best
blue.
house, the
Red?
red house.
Hell yeah. I was like
Yeah, yeah,
red, blue, or
yeah.
yellow. I think Amy told me she did like blue or something. I'm
She
like,
did everything but red.
I was like, dude, the blue guy is such a fucking twat, the
He
leader.
is.
I hate him. He's such a jabroni, to bring back some
Well, even
Jersey
the
Marth?
Shore
yellow one.
references. Huh?
Is that Marth? I'm going. My knowledge of Fire Emblem is their characters on Super Smash Bros. So
No, yeah, no. So
Oh
this
no,
is a
it's
totally different
completely
game.
different.
Well, I guess
If
Byleth is on there now, so
Yeah,
but
Byleth is actually in Smash 2. That was like one of the DLC
yeah.
characters that
No,
you play as.
the yellow one I actually liked a lot of the characters. I remember trying to, not spoil a 2019 game, but whatever. I hate spoilers, but I tried to talk to them and do as much as I could with them to say kind of what I did as much as I could. I didn't give a flying fuck about any of the people in blue. I hated those fuckers, dude. I don't like them. They're still smug and annoying, and Edelgard is bae.
Oh yes, 100%. No, but honestly, Petra is way better. Let's be honest.
Yeah, Petra is bae, but well, okay, I can't say that without saying.
Okay, yeah, don't say anything, but
I can't say what happened yet.
Yeah, do not spoil anything because I heard there's some. I still haven't supposedly gotten to the crazy part, which I mean, yeah, it's not supposedly. I just haven't gotten there yet.
What part are you in?
I'm like 20 hours into the game, but
yeah, but like what part in the story? Like, what are you kind of doing? You still?
We're about to.
Go ahead.
Basically, what's the last thing that really big that happened? I basically fought the secret society that's kind of like, doing stuff. And I guess what is going I mean, we're about to go travel somewhere to do some competition. Um I think that's what's about to happen.
Okay. I
That's
think if
where
I
I can tell
remember
you.
right, yeah, you're about a couple hours or so away from the mid game. And the mid game.
I think I am getting there because it does seem like things are starting to kind of go together, and I think it's gonna finally hit that because like all I know again right now, again I don't know who I am. I know that I have this mark, which I do have the cool sword, the sword of the creator, and then yeah, basically I just know that there's a competition coming up, and I did have to fight this secret society, which I have no idea what they're about and why they're there.
The Rite of
But
Rebirth?
yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you're you're only in chapter 4 of 12.
Yeah, no, that's actually right. Yeah.
It's a big game, man.
I've been taking my time, dude. I love this game. Like it's pretty much like Persona 5 with how good of storytelling. Like I like that you get to talk to each character and everything. Like it's very interesting. Combat's fun and challenging. Like the last thing I did, I actually got a lot of my people killed on accident, and it was really tough, but it was a good fight. Some of them are pretty easy, but not all of them. But I have been mainly I have 2 archers on my side. Dude, those archers are so good. I use them all the time. But yeah, this game, fantastic. I kind of want to play there's a sequel in a sense, that one that just came out called Three Hopes.
Yeah,
right?
the Muso game. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm tempted to
game.
try it out if I really like the story, but I also don't know if I would really like it because I don't really care for that kind of gameplay. But I don't know, we'll see.
See,
but
that was my biggest complaint is that I thought it was like the complete opposite of you. I thought it was too easy, but I'm very used to like RPG and RTS style gameplay, and yeah, just
I mean, no, I
never
don't really like lose that much. I literally only had one time where I've lost people, and that's it. And that was recently.
Do you have permadeath on?
No, I'm not, dude, because it's dumb. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't, because you even told me about it. Basically, if they die, they still show up in the story, so it's not really permadeath.
If they're important to the story. So there are certain characters who are important to the story that like have to be there for cutscenes, and the way the game explains it away is like, oh, he just got injured, he's not fighting no more. And I hated it.
That's lame.
Yeah. So I would much rather, if I ever go back to play it, I'd go where they just get knocked out of the battle, and then you have to continue fighting the battle without them. Because what happens was, like, I would get a character would die because I'd make like a dumb decision, and I just rewind like a turn, and just do it until I got it right. And I'm like, this is dumb. This makes the permadeath really dumb. The old games used to have permadeath without a rewind system, and that was fucking tragic. That shit sucked.
Yeah.
When I would get a character killed because I made a dumb move in battle, and he would die, and like he's just gone completely. I'm like, wow.
But no, I'll say it's not really hard. I'm not saying it's hard. It's not like a super challenging game, but the story is like really good, and that's what's really driving me forward. And I love the teacher aspect. Like it's so unique in my opinion. It's very awesome how like you can kind of build your characters how you want them. You can build your character however you want. You can build your students to be however you want, and it's cool. I love that stuff. I mean, heck, if you want to hear about how much I love that kind of stuff, check out the Elden Ring review because literally that is my kind of stuff. I love it when a game lets you be creative and also lets you kind of build the character how you want it to be. And that's pretty much what this game does. It's really good. You could be like anything you want. I mean, heck, if you want to make your character an archer, you can do that. It's cool. I love that. But yeah, that been playing that game. Really good. And then I think that's it for gaming. But for shows and stuff, I'm gonna be real quick. I watched the rest of the Peacemaker show. Really, really liked it. I thought it was great. I think it's funny. I think John Cena does a really good job as him because he's not a very charismatic person. And I think and he actually has insanely funny jokes that he puts in there. And I think it's great. I've been watching that, and then I've been also trying to catch up on South Park because I haven't watched South Park in forever, and I have HBO Max now, so I've been kind of watching that, trying to get caught up. I am insanely behind on that show. I have like 7 seasons to go till I can catch up. It's insane, but I've been loving that too. Oh, I almost burped. Sorry about that. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it for this week, really. I think that's. Oh, and I guess we'll be talking about it soon. But I did watch Thor, and I guess I'll be giving my opinion on it when we get to that section.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that very soon. But anything else?
I don't think so. No.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was what you've been doing. Where Logan, DJ, and myself go through all the things that we're doing. I always end up forgetting something. Like I've got to remember it 20 minutes into this spoiler cast. But please let us know what you've been doing, what you've been watching, what you've been reading, anything that you have been enjoying yourself. Please let us know and share with everybody the things that make you happy. Before we move on to said Thor Love and Thunder spoiler cast, I wanted to throw out a question to the boys. Speaking of Nintendo franchises, we were talking about it earlier. Outside of Mario, because it's not even close, what's the second best-selling Nintendo franchise?
Pokemon.
I was gonna say I don't think it's gonna be just because you're asking. But I feel like it's gotta be Pokemon, but it's probably Legend of Zelda.
It is Pokemon.
Haha.
Okay.
You want to know what's crazy? Like everyone says Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda is only really good selling because there's 18 million games. The games really don't sell that well outside of Breath of the Wild. Before Breath of the Wild, the best-selling Zelda game was like 8 million copies. Which, by the way, Ghost of Tsushima is now closing on 10 million copies. So, like, the Zelda games
and that's
don't...
crazy because, like, Zelda's got what people, like, when you ask, I mean, maybe it's just because they're a Zelda fan, but they're like, once you get past, like, 1, 2, 3, like, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, like, that's, whenever I talk about having an N64 that I'm looking to get games on, it's, well, do you have one of those two? And it's like, I don't play Zelda.
Yeah,
and it's like...
Before Breath of the Wild, the best-selling Zelda game was Twilight Princess at 8.8 million copies sold. Technically, Ocarina of Time has 14, but that's between both the 3DS release and the N64. But yeah, before Breath of the Wild, they never even really got past. They never got past 10 million copies sold on an individual title. Now, obviously, Breath of the Wild sold 26 million copies, so 26.5 million copies. So that spiked it up a little bit, but it's really... That's what I was trying to say during the question of the week, but I never really got around to saying is that Legend of Zelda doesn't sell as well as people think it does. Like, it's really popular and the games are always, well, generally ridiculously good, but it doesn't sell that well. They said the only reason it sold 135 million copies is because there's umpteen bazillion games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 games. So you split that apart between 128 million, and it's like it's not that much. But real quick, can you guys guess the Mario franchises, including Super Mario, Mario Kart, Mario Party, Mario sports games, and Mario RPG games? How many do you think it's sold?
They gotta be well into the billions because,
No,
I mean,
it's not that high, Jesus.
With all of them though, because that's a lot of games.
100 million.
Well, considering I just said the Legend of Zelda is 135 million, that would be not good.
Oh,
it's gotta be closing in on over. Okay. It's gotta be half a billion at least.
300 million.
It is, between all of the properties that I just read, 776.8 million units.
Jeez.
Oh, see, they're getting close to a billion. I mean, you got three Marios on the regular Nintendo. You got 2 or 3, 4, I think, on Super Nintendo. Well, 5 if you count Mario Kart. And then you go into 64, you got 3 Mario Party, Smash Bros, another racing.
There's too many, in my opinion. There's too many fucking Mario games out there.
Plus one, they hit GameCube, and once they decided to go full blown on and expand to golf, tennis, dive into racing. Now you have all the Olympic sport games too. Basically, Nintendo goes, "Hey, what can we have Mario do now?" And they're like, yeah, let's do that. It's just Mario is easily going to be the best, the first franchise to hit 1 billion in total sales. It's probably not even gonna be close.
I will tell you that if you take out all of the extra stuff, like all the carts and the parties and the sports games, the gap between the Super Mario franchise and the Pokemon franchise is not that big. It is super close.
Well, if you take all those, because I mean, Smash Bros. And every time there's a new Smash Bros. A new Mario Kart, those go
Smash
crazy.
Bros. Isn't Mario.
Mario. You see, that's what I have to say. I don't think Smash Bros. Would be considered a part of a Mario game. It's a Smash Bros. Game.
Well, I mean, Super Mario Bros., Super Smash Bros. I mean, yeah.
Maybe you want to know something funny? Can you guys go ahead and guess what the 10th ranked game on this franchise list is? You're never gonna get it. It made me laugh when I saw it.
For a Mario game?
No.
Pikmin 3.
No, for just Nintendo franchises in general.
I can tell you, it would be 2 if it was 1, but it's not.
I can tell you where Pikmin is. It is number 23 at 7.46 million total. It's not good. All right, number 10. Do you want me to tell you the 2 games that are around it?
Sure.
At number 9 is Game & Watch. And at number 11, Nintendogs.
Oh, Christ.
Oh, what's that one game?
Fucking...
Brain Age?
Holy fucking shit! There's no way you got that.
Yeah, I got it.
I mean, dude, they made fucking 2 or 3 of them for the first incarnation of the DS.
Yes, man. I played Brain Age on the DS. It was fun.
Yeah, all the sales pretty much come in 2005 with Brain Age 1 and Brain Age 2. Since then, there's been 1.3 million units sold.
That's crazy. That was a good guess.
I think they're talking about doing one for Switch, though, or I think I've seen one for Switch.
They did one for Switch. Dr. Kamishiwa's brain training for Nintendo Switch is technically a part of the Brain Age. Huh. Technically a part of the Brain Age franchise.
I'm so proud of myself for thinking of that game. I was like, no
I
way.
Was totally thinking it was Wii
Fit.
Oh, you want to know something sad, though? So Fire Emblem series has sold 16.68. Right behind it, the entire series is one game, Ring Fit Adventure. It's at 14 million units. Dude, all right, let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. If you have anything to say about the best-selling Nintendo Switch franchises, please let us know. We're going to go on now to the point of the show, also known as POTS. Still haven't figured out a good tagline for it, but welcome to the POTS of Mots. Nope, let's try again next week. So, before we get deep into the spoiler cast, Logan, you had the floor. Go ahead over the next, 5-10 minutes, however long you want to say. Talk about your reactions, put a score on it, let us know what you think.
Okay. Thor and Love and Thunder. I really, really, really like this movie. I would definitely say I liked it way more than Doctor Strange. Even after watching it a second time and having a better opinion of Doctor Strange, this movie is just a whole different world better than that movie was. I will agree with your guys' standpoint. In the last episode, I do think the first half, I think a lot of it is really good, but there are certain moments where it is a really serious moment, and they just kept cracking jokes. And that's where I just started to get it's only a few moments that I actually kind of cringed a little bit because I was like, really? This is the time to make this joke? But I will say, in my opinion, about 90% of the jokes landed, 10% didn't. I think a lot of it was really, really good. I thought it was really, really funny. I was surprised about certain characters not being in there for too long. But I really enjoyed it. I thought the villain was really cool and unique. I thought the ending at it was kind of a surprise. Didn't expect it to end the way it did. But I thought the action was really good. I'm happy that they answered some things that I felt like were left unanswered for a little bit there. Um, yeah, I mean, I think this is a really good sequel because it continued his story. It didn't, be like, oh, hey, let's bring up this character, but not do anything about it. Like they continued the story, and I think it was really good.
I'm waiting for a number. Hello? Is anyone there? Knock, knock. Who's there? Hello? Oh, I think maybe we lost.
Did we lose him?
We might have lost him again, but it sounds like he liked it a little bit more than we did.
There was a thing I heard today that totally kind of changed the perspective a little bit. That it was Natalie Portman is an awesome actress, but she can't do comedy.
Well, we talked about that.
She's a great actress. Just the way it was phrased, that like she's a phenomenal actress, but she just, especially compared to Chris Hemsworth, Chris Hemsworth is great comedically.
What?
But like compared to her,
you're on, dude.
Just
by the way,
dude,
not as good.
I don't know, but
I've been talking for so. What did I even like? Where did I even leave off?
You left off with saying gore is really good. And then
that was like the beginning.
No. It was pretty close to the end. And
well, I don't know.
It sounded like you were kind of wrapping things up, and then when it got quiet, that's when I was like, I'm waiting for you to put a number on it, and you never said anything. And then DJ and I were like, well, okay, let's talk until he comes back.
Okay. I don't know what's happening with Discord today, but it's not working. Okay.
Only for you.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why it's doing this, dude. Like, I'm not downloading anything. I'm not doing anything crazy. It just keeps kicking me out.
It's no big deal. Just keep
okay. So, as I was saying, I really like Thor. I thought it was really good. I think it's better than Doctor Strange was. I think it's a good sequel. I think it does a great job of not, like basically making the other sequel not really, or the previous one not matter. I just think it was a good way to continue his story. It ended a lot more surprisingly than I did. I do think that, again, at the first half of the movie, I think they could have cut down on some of the joking and maybe went a little serious, but I am kind of happy that in the second half of the movie, that it started to get a little bit more serious and it got pretty dark during some points. And literally and metaphorically, it was really good. So yeah, I guess if I had to give a score now, is it out of 5? Because that's the last thing I remember saying before I realized I wasn't even talking to you guys.
Oh yeah, we never heard any of that, but never heard you talk about numbers because I was waiting for you to put. It is out of 5 with 0.5s enabled.
Okay.
Mind you, DJ and I gave it a 3.5. A very generous, like high 3.5.
I'm gonna give it a 4.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Like I wanted to get to 4, but if it sounds like you liked the beginning of the movie much more significantly. You said 90% of the jokes landed. I would maybe have to push to 60% of them landed for me. I cringed at a lot of the opening of this movie, and I just, like I said in last week's episode, the reason I love this character so much is that underlining sense of sadness, depression. Everything I said last week still rings true. And I thought the first half of this movie was attempting to just completely destroy all that and make him the joke instead of having him be a part of the joke with knowing everything that he's gone through. And I just, as I've had a week to sit on it, my score hasn't changed, but my opinions on the two halves have kind of risen and fallen. Like, I loved the second half of this movie even more. I think the second half of this movie is fucking brilliant. And then the more I think about it, I'm like, man, I did not like a lot of that first half, especially, and we'll get to it in the entire go through, but I will say I hate Omnipotent City. I hate that entire sequence. With a fiery passion, I hate that sequence so much. All right.
That's fair.
Let's get into the spoiler cast. So, those of you out there that are listening, if you haven't had a chance to see Thor yet, please go down to the description in the YouTube channel or on whatever you're watching. I'll post it to everything. The point where the spoilers start, which is right now. I'm going to put in to the document 109. 40. Spoilers are starting now. I will also put in there when spoilers stopped when we've moved on to talking about San Diego Comic-Con. So, the movie starts with Thor and the Guardians out on adventures, and, well, technically that's completely and utterly wrong. I already fucked up. The movie starts with the introduction to Gore, the villain, as a character. You get to see him before he garners his powers, which, by the way, DJ, what's the name of the sword? I forgot.
Oh, I think
Logan.
it's the Necromancer sword.
Oh,
it is the Necromancer sword. You're right.
Yeah, I was about to say I knew it had necromancy in it, but I didn't know if it had
So,
another name.
We get to see this very first scene before we see anything else, which is really unique because only one other movie has had a cold opening, and that was Endgame. Every other MCU movie starts with the Marvel Scroll. This is the first movie since Endgame, so now there's two of them in the entirety of the both sagas that start with a cold opening. So what do you guys think of the cold opening and the introduction to Gore as a character?
It surprised me because I'm not gonna lie, it like just was going through like movie previews, and then it just like hits that, and I'm like, oh, what's this movie? I was like, what is this? I'm like, and it just kept going, and I'm like, I started to realize like, oh, this is the beginning of the movie. I was like, okay, all right. I really liked it a lot. I think it really kind of like shows pretty much the whole point of the movie in my opinion at the beginning, and it kind of like foreshadows a little bit. But I think I really liked it a lot. I thought it was really cool showing how, how gods have these followers that blindly follow them and think that they are gonna get something out of it, like and that kind of like shows about how like, I guess like kind of how like Thor and all these other gods kind of act in a sense. I mean, Thor isn't as bad as them, clearly, but like it's interesting to see a villain that is, kind of brewed by basically, his false beliefs in this god that basically screwed over his entire civilization just because he believes since he's a higher power that he could do whatever he wants. And yeah, I mean, I thought it was super cool, very interesting, and it made me kind of excited to see where it would go from there.
Yeah, I think this the whole opening, I was watching it, and right at the bat, like I said in the review, I love Gore. Well, love's a strong. I like Gore a lot. I think he's a really good villain. I was disappointed by the marketing and the lead up to the movie, saying he was next tier MCU villain. I don't think he's next tier. I think he's really good. He's higher tier than most of the other MCU villains. But speaking of this scene, the old proverb just kept popping up in my head. I'm like, man, never meet your heroes. They'll always disappoint you. And that's really what, the whole scene was about at its core. And it built the entire narrative for the villain and what he is, his purpose, and everything. And it did it in a way that, the movie didn't have to tell you anything. It showed you, which is one of the very cores of storytelling, of writing or whatever, is show what you're trying to say instead of telling what you're trying to say. Like, there's always going to come points where you got to have an exposition scene. You got to be able to quickly get through information to your audience. And that happens in every single movie. It happens in this movie, happens in my favorite movies of all time. There's an exposition scene somewhere. But this one does a very good job of, he doesn't say anything. You don't get a story by the heroes telling you why this guy's doing what he is. You see it. First up and foremost, this is why he's now the villain of the movie, and he's off and running. And yeah, I thought this was a great opening. It did take me a little bit by surprise, the cold opening. I wasn't ready for it. I'm always ready for the Marvel Scroll, but yeah, I'm right with you. I think this did a fantastic job of showing you his motivations and setting up his narrative backing as the villain. And I think it's just a really good scene. And by the way, the gods are dicks in this movie. DJ?
Yeah, the cold open, same like all of a sudden I'm like, man, what movie is I'm like, this can't be a trailer for Dune already, what is going on? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, that's Christian Bale. That means the movie started. Like, holy cow. Like, and as far as people saying he's the like top, like he's in the top 3 of villains, like, I mean, Thanos and Loki are number 1, and I'd are number 1 and 2. I would almost throw Killmonger up there at 3, and then I would tie Hela and well, maybe not Ultron. I don't know who I'd do for other outside of that, but like him, I think he could have been a top villain if this was a rated R movie. And honestly, I watched a bunch of Taika Waititi stuff already because that dude he can do no wrong like movie wise for me. Like and he's done rated R, very comical, but still had like some holy shit moments in those movies, but still had like his movie Jojo Rabbit is hysterical, but then still has some like oh shit like moments in it. And it just like I know Disney probably isn't really gonna start venturing out MCU wise with rated R until Deadpool, but like this dude is coming off of like
real quick,
just a
can I
huge
interject on that comment? I'm just gonna throw this out here, spoil it for what we're about to talk about. Daredevil better be fucking rated R or rated MA.
Dude, I
that
hope
and
so, but who knows?
Blade better be rated R. Which I think it was in talks to be rated R, but I don't know if they mentioned anything this last weekend. But anyways,
Yeah, continue. Sorry.
I think with the nature of him pulling himself out of like his depressive state, and then he gets himself out of it, and next thing you know, not I guess his kind, meaning the gods, are getting slain. Like yeah, you didn't have to show gore killing. Like it was fine the way they just showed a bunch of them dead, but like, and they show you off the bat that the necromancer can legit like one scratch, you're dead. Like that was like holy cow. But like, it would have been cool, especially with. I mean, we're talking spoilers, so at the very end when Mighty Thor Natalie Portman shows up, like it would have been awesome to see him go berserker rage and just I mean you could still play into the ending that happened, but have him go berserker rage and snap when Jane shows up and he's like I told you not to do this, and then he tries to like it would have been much cooler to see him snap and kind of go rated R and just end that fight then and there because they kind of built slowly up to the end of the fight, and then it was just like not that it was just over, but I mean it just kind of ended, and it's like they won, but then um both Thor's and Gore both end up face to face with eternity at the end, and it was like wait, so he's gonna win even though he just lost. It was kind of like it was very like anticlimactic and kind of a letdown that way.
All right, well, you jumped way ahead, but that's okay.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
he was
sorry.
like bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, so you're good. So after the introduction to Gore, we move on to that famous title crawl that we all know and love, kind of. But I do have to admit to myself, this is getting off topic a lot, and we'll talk about this again more. I think with TV shows, I don't like that they have the Marvel crawl as well. I think that should be saved for the movies, but that's just my personal opinion.
They should have a modified version of it
Yeah,
for
something
just
different.
the TV.
I don't like it that that's the same. But anyway, so we move into we get to see Thor and the Guardians of the Galaxy teaming up, doing their things. Thor is trying to be an omnipotent god. He's trying to be um peaceful, I guess, for a second. And this is a pretty humorous scene. I like this scene a lot. I guess I'll just give my opinion right here and there. I like the scene until more towards the end. But yeah, everything building up to the scene, the comedy, the Guardians fighting on the ground, Thor being quote unquote omnipotent himself. I think had a good setup, a good starting off point from where we see. Um, I was a little let down, like DJ and I talked about. His body transformation, like Oh my god, I cannot think right now. What's it called when a movie goes through timelines quickly? It shows you a
A
bunch.
montage.
A
Time jump
montage. Yeah, a
or
montage.
montage. Oh,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
He goes through his montage, not because I wanted to spend a bunch of more time with it, but as DJ said, like him being quote unquote Fat Thor or Dad Bod Thor wasn't just a humorous thing. It was a character moment, a character trait from his how he dealt with what happened to him throughout the end of the Infinity Saga. So when they just kind of move past that and skip past that and use it as again the baseline for a joke, it kind of set my mind up for like, oh, okay, I hope they don't keep going with that. For me, they did keep going with that for a while, but outside of that little quickety thing, that I was like, okay, whatever. We just moved past all that. His body type actually meant something, but whatever. Then we move into the opening action scene. We get to see Stormbreaker absolutely fucking wreck everything, which I'll bring up later. It's total bullshit. They nerf Stormbreaker in this movie. But the first scene, huge display of power, super cool. Logan, DJ, what'd you think?
I want to see the patch notes. You nerfing Stormbreaker like
Yeah,
that.
dude. I hate DJ and I talked about that after the show. I hate when they fucking do this shit. They do it all the time in movies. They nerf, especially in the MCU. Characters show up, the Stormbreaker is shown to be super powerful, and the next time we see it, it's fucking weak because of the story. And it's like they did that with Vision. They do this shit all the time. They did it with Iron Man and Iron Man 3. And it's like, god damn it. Quit nerfing characters just to fit your stories. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'll definitely say I don't agree with your point about the Fat Thor thing. I think literally the whole point of Endgame and him getting out of it was what happened at the end. So I felt like it was pretty obvious that he was going to move on from that phase and start to move on. Yeah, maybe they could have took some more time, maybe shown a little bit more, but I think it was pretty obvious that's where his next direction was after Endgame. Like it felt like that's kind of like how his character moved ahead. He wasn't that super. I mean, he's still depressed, but he's nowhere close to like he has like a direction in a sense. He's still trying to find his love and thunder. And I just felt like I don't know. I just felt like it was pretty good. I didn't think it had anything wrong with it. I don't think it did anything to like bring down what my thoughts were about the movie. I mean, yes, I do agree. Maybe they could have touched on it a little bit more, but do I think it was bad? I don't think so.
I didn't say it was bad. I said I was a little let down. They skipped over a pretty pivotal change to his character that was in the movie before that we saw him last.
So
I don't care that
was kind of sitting on it.
Obviously, he was gonna go back to his natural body type. Well, I guess we can argue about if it's natural or not, but his Thor body type. I'm not upset about that. I just thought maybe they would let him stay into his character and have like a narrative reason for him getting back in shape other than just wanting to get back in shape. Because like him getting all the weight had a narrative backing in Endgame. There was a reason for that happening, and for it to not have a very good narrative backing for him getting out of that state of mind, I was a little let down by.
So that's where I'm going to jump in. I think Guardians 3 should have came out first and had maybe he shouldn't have been in the whole movie, obviously, but because I mean, when we leave off, Fat Thor goes off, and I think even with Korg and the Guardians, and they're gonna go bum around and be the Asgardians of the galaxy, and have that. It would have been better, I think, to show, because they kind of montage that, and what they should have done was show, have that come out first and show him at least through the first third of the movie, maybe, and him still be heavy set, be not kind of a bump on a log, and just like half-heartedly fighting and be like, I'm trying to find myself, and then they leave him on the planet where you first see him with the Guardians. I think what they should have done is like the Guardians part ways, like, hey, we're just gonna let you chill here, like we're getting called over to here. You seem like this place is helping you find yourself more. And he could have like you gotten in shape there, this and that, and then, alter it to where, because like that fight, the Guardians aren't doing anything. They're basically all camped, just like getting shot at. And then finally he's meditating and goes from meditating to like, all right, let me crack my knuckles, do a couple stretches, and I'm gonna crush everyone. And it's like, okay, what was the point of having the Guardians then? Like, you might as well have had Guardians 3 happen, him being part of that adventure, and then be like, all right, you figure out what the hell's going on with you here, and either we'll come back and get you sometime, or next time we're in the neighborhood, or, you got Stormbreaker, you can go anywhere with that, go that way. And then if they do that, then the montage of him getting in shape makes a little more sense, and like you're saying, Mike, gives a little bit more credence to him getting back in shape, is because he's like, all right, I think I know what I want to do with my life. I think I know this, I know that. I want to go find Jane, or I want to go see what's going on in New Asgard, or his call to adventure happens, and like it's the montage of him getting in shape, and then his call to adventure happens, instead of a montage of all that, and then, oh yeah, this is happening. Like, I think that's the main reason you and me were kind of like meh on that first chunk of the movie, because they seem to take what should have been in a whole nother movie and crushed it into the first, what, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and been like, here's a whole third of the movie, or what could have been something else, and we're just gonna condense it into an 80s montage and play 5 Guns N' Roses song and send you on your merry way into the rest of the movie. And like, I don't know, by the end of it, I'm not huge on Guns N' Roses. Like, they got good hits and they were great on Guitar Hero, but I hated Guns N' Roses by the end of this movie.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit after the show, before we knew for a fact that this isn't happening. We talked about the possibility of Guardians 3 actually being set in between Endgame and
Mm-hmm.
Ragnarok, and Thor being a sorry, not Ragnarok, Love and Thunder, and Thor being like someone who shows up and communicates with them. We now know that that is not a thing, and knowing that now, after we talked about last week, I think that's kind of, honestly, it's a missed opportunity. Like, I think a lot of people, a lot of the fans wanted to see those characters interact more than the, what, 10 total minutes we got throughout the entirety of the saga. Like, I think especially when, you wanted to see Chris Pratt and Chris Hemsworth share the screen together and riff off each other, at least for maybe, a third of a movie somewhere here and there. But so I think that outside of the actual movie itself, I think now knowing what we know now of Phase 5 and 6, kind of a missed opportunity of mine. And that's just, maybe that was me thinking what I wanted and not obviously what Marvel wanted. So just my opinion. Anything you have to say more, Logan, about the opening scene here, the opening fight scene?
The thing is, I think still in Guardians of the Galaxy 3 there's going to be a little something. It's not going to be as big as, Thor being in it the entire movie, but I do think if Thor was a part of the Guardians of the Galaxy, any of the fights they probably would probably not be as exciting, because Thor would be the one carrying the team the entire time, which you've clearly seen in this movie. He kind of carries the team when it comes to anything that they need. And I honestly, I'm kind of happy that he's not going to be. I mean, I do kind of hope he still does show up for at least a little something in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Don't know how, don't know when, but I do hope there's a little something just to kind of show a little bit about that back and forth. But I don't think him being in an entire movie with the Guardians of the Galaxy would work very well unless they picked a really good villain, which I don't know what they would do with that. I mean, again, I think Thor would be kind of the star of the show, and I wouldn't want that in a Guardians of the Galaxy movie. I'd rather just it be about strictly the Guardians of the Galaxy more than anything. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of back and forth. Like, I mean, again,
Yeah.
maybe they could have done more, but like also like I kind of happy that they don't do that, because then Thor would literally be the star of the show. Because I mean, Thor is a much stronger. He's a god, and then you have, I mean, yes, Chris Pratt was a god in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Spoiler alert. But he's not anymore, and they're just normal fighters. So it's almost, I personally am happy that they're not going to put Thor as a big part of the Guardians of the Galaxy. But I do again hope that he's in there for a little bit, because I do think it's funny, and I like the weird relationship that Star Lord and Thor have, and I just think it's funny, and I especially love that beginning part of the movie where he's literally like, "You could have the ship and the crew," and I was cracking up about that, because I love that. Like in my opinion, at least that section of the beginning of the movie, I really love that, because that was a lot of the Guardians of the Galaxy style humor, in my opinion, where there's a lot of bickering back and forth, and a lot of dumb jokes. I was kind of sad that Drax didn't get a single freaking line. Like, he barely said a single thing at the beginning, and I was like, I was waiting for his dumb joke. Like, but they didn't make a joke. They almost like just had him be a quiet person, which I thought was just weird for Drax to be quiet. I don't know. It was weird. That part kind of like was strange to me, because I mean, Rocket had a few lines, Chris Pratt had a few lines, and then what's her name?
Mantis headlines, Nebula headlines. Like it was,
Yeah, but not Drax.
The only thing Drax did was scream once or twice, and maybe shout someone's name, and that was it. Like, yeah.
I was kind of disappointed that he didn't get like a single good joke in there. Just one good joke would have been good enough, but he didn't do anything. So yeah, I just thought that was a little weird, because like, you know, like I feel like in anything with Guardians of the Galaxy and everything he's in both Infinity War, I mean, I think even in Endgame he makes a joke. I mean, literally, he always makes some kind of joke, and for them to leave him as a silent character at the beginning of this movie was just strange. But I mean, that's just a small problem in my opinion, but still it was just weird. But yeah, I mean, what's up?
Go ahead.
Oh no, I mean, I guess you go first, and then I have another point, but it's a whole different thing.
I think to build off what you're saying, I think what they need to do is, because Guardians 1 and 2, so I'm sure 3 opens with not really a montage per se, but like an opening credits musical number. And I think what they need to do is show what you're saying is Thor just dominating their fights, like just like it showed in this, where they're all fighting their asses off, and then he's like, all right, I'll help, and then just destroys everything. I think it needs to be a quick montage with that, then them leaving him, and like the start of the movie is them coming out of that first jump hole and being like, and like Pratt, like Star-Lord just being like, God, I'm so glad we done dealing with
that's
him,
actually
and
a perfect
them
idea.
talking shit, and then Drax be like, well, I'm gonna miss him, because like, especially when they first find him in, is it Endgame? No, in Infinity War. Like, they're like, look at this, look at this beautiful angel of a man. He's a god. He's like,
yes,
well, I'm a man. He's like, no, this is a man. You are a dude. And it's like, they need to have something like that to like acknowledge that Thor was with them for a hot minute. They ditched him. A bunch of them are happy about it. A couple of them were like, well, it's gonna make our jobs a hell of a lot harder now, and then move on from there. Like, I think that's, to me, that's the only way you can start Guardians 3 is with
honestly, I think that's
Bane
a
and Toon.
great idea.
Yeah.
I will cut in real quick. Let me cut in real quick and ruin you guys' day. Chris Hemsworth is not in Guardians 3. Like,
shut your whore mouth.
I'm sorry. Like, he's just not in
it. Dude, it's such a good idea though, because then it would answer to both people's questions. It would be like, okay, this is, you know, obviously you've seen Thor, but then here's a little bit about like what their thoughts are with Thor being in the team. Just a little bit to kind of explain, you know, not poor with Doctor Strange with the whole Spider-Man thing where he just says one stupid line and then moves on from the whole movie. That kind of disappoints me. I kind of hope maybe they're just lying to us.
Yeah,
like
so
they like
unless
to
maybe
do.
they're hiding it, but I've looked at like while you guys are talking, I looked at every single cast list that I could find, and he's not on any of them.
Yeah, because again, I think that's a really good idea, because again, it answers both questions. It answers why Thor will not be in this, which I mean, you've seen the movie, clearly that's why he's not in it, but also just a little bit about like what they've been doing and what their thoughts are, and then dumb Drax jokes where he's making fun of his bod and everything. But then I bet Chris Pratt would come back with, "Oh, but he was fatter than I was." But he's like, "But look at him now." Like that would have been funny. It would have been good jokes, and honestly, it would just worked perfectly fine, and it would have been cool too because they could have literally did like I guess maybe either a cold open or something like that, where like like they could, he'll be jumping through that portal of literally where they left off from Thor, and then yeah, I think that'd be a cool way to start Guardians of the Three or Guardians of the Galaxy 3. But I mean, I guess we'll
think
see.
with him not being in it, I think they're gonna do the same thing. They're just not gonna have him there. They're gonna be, it's gonna jump into their next battle, and Drax and probably Mantis and maybe Rocket are gonna be like, this would be so much goddamn easier if Thor was still
Yes.
here and talking all this shit. And then Star-Lord's gonna do something to kind of pull off some bullshit to like win their little battle. Be like, see, it wasn't that bad. We don't even need him. And they're like, like, and then like you're saying, he's gonna say something about, well, I mean, he was still kind of fat, and then Drax is gonna say something about if he was fat, then, and like call him, you're a carcass of a whatever animal from my home world, and
Yes.
then be like, oh, that's fat.
Yeah.
I think that's got to be the only way they can handle it with him not being there, is still talking shit about him even though he's not gonna be there.
I just hope they do handle it better than they did with Doctor Strange going off of Spider-Man. I really do hope they do something to kind of just give us something good. And I think if he's not going to be in it, that's another good idea in my opinion of like how they could start Guardians of the Galaxy 3. But yeah, I mean that's pretty much my thoughts at the beginning. I think it was really badass. His cool scene where he jumps in and he starts destroying all those the enemies and everything that were I guess were taking over that little palace that were by the original gods and everything. I thought again the jokes were kind of funny about like how he's like, oh, I'm sorry about destroying the glass thing, and he's like, don't just stop getting mad. And I mean, again, it was that Guardians of the Galaxy kind of humor. I thought it because he was still with the Guardians of the Galaxy. I thought it fit in pretty well. Again, I was fine with the jokes at that point because I thought it was kind of fitting in with the theme of the Guardians of the Galaxy, and he's been hanging out with him for, I mean, we don't even know how long. They didn't bring it up. But like I thought again, it was good humor. It was fitting in with the theme because it was with the Guardians of the Galaxy, and I especially loved the stupid screaming goats. It was hilarious. But yeah, I mean, I thought that at least that section of the beginning of the movie was really good.
All right, well, now that we spent 43 minutes talking about the first two scenes, let's keep it moving. Yeah. Let's keep it going, keep it moving. We move into now the introduction of Jane Foster as Thor. We see her with stage 4 terminal cancer, and then we see her go to the new Asgard, and Mjolnir responds to her for some reason that we don't know yet. Spoiler alert, it's one of the coolest fucking reasons I could have ever come up with. And then kind of combining some scenes together so we can keep it going, keep it moving. Thor gets a distress signal from Sif, which is actually the reason, I skipped over that, which is actually the reason why he ends up leaving Guardians of the Galaxy, which I was very excited about because I missed Sif in Ragnarok. I like her character a lot. I like Jamie Alexander as an actress, so I was excited to see her come back. And then after all that happens, Thor gets a distress signal, right? From no. Why does he go back to New Asgard? I forgot.
No, so what happens is remember that one girl from Thor 1 that like never gets brought up almost ever again.
Darcy,
but
yeah.
She's like, yeah. So well, she's also an Agents of Shield, et cetera, et cetera. But basically, yeah, she calls him and says, "Oh no, this dude's killing gods," and like she's like, "I need your help, Thor." And so he splits up from the Guardians of the Galaxy, and then
that's
he
Sif.
does.
Darcy doesn't call him. Sif calls him.
Yes, she does.
Darcy does not call Thor.
Yes, it does. Darcy literally is the one that calls him up. He gets the video on the Guardians of the Galaxy thing about all the gods dying, and so he does the jump there, finds her arm cut off, and then she says,
That's
"Oh,
Sif.
hey, he's coming for."
That's
Sif.
I just said who. Okay, well, you said it was Darcy. I was trying to explain.
I
who
thought
the girl
you were
was
talking
from
about
Guardians
the
of
lady,
Galaxy, or from Thor 1. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, she's in the second one too.
Well, I guess I don't remember. Again, I don't like Thor 2, so I mean, I was gonna remember that. But okay, her. That's what I was trying to talk about. I guess I got confused because I don't know her name, and you kept saying one name, so I figured that's who you were talking about. Well, her, yeah, she does that whole. She calls him, says, "Hey, he's killing gods." He goes there. He finds her with her arm cut off, and then they make the joke about how she's like, "Well, I could die here," and he's like, "Well, you didn't die in battle, so you can't go to Valhalla." And she's like, "Oh, dang." Okay. So then you basically, she's like, well, he's going to attack New Asgard. So that's when he goes to New Asgard.
Okay, which I understand the play in the scene is jokes, but they also retcon themselves later in the movie, which is kind of annoying with the whole you can't go to Valhalla because you didn't die in battle. Spoiler alert, they completely go against that statement at the end of the movie, so whatever. Who am I? Just little things like that that overall annoy me a lot with Phase 4, the inconsistencies in storytelling sometimes. But anyway, then, everybody combines to come into New Asgard. Obviously, Jane's already there. She's been doing her thing for a little bit. Thor comes in, and he's a little surprised to see her. And they team up with Korg and fight Gore. What do we thought? What do we think about all this leading up until them and the fight in New Asgard? Him going to Sif. I kind of said I don't really like that scene too much. I don't know, just something about it didn't sit right with me. I was still kind of salty from the opening scene. And then says we go to Jane Foster, which I said in the review. I love everything to do with Jane Foster in this movie. I think her characterization is fucking perfect. I don't think there's a single thing wrong with it. I think it's acted well. I think it's performed well. I think it's written masterfully. Especially her and her relationship with Thor, which we see the beginnings of here and them dealing with that. And then the fight itself is a cool fight, if not a very dark fight, as I think Logan was alluding to. It's very dark.
Yeah, very dark. Also, I mean, there was some pretty crazy gore stuff going on. Like they got pretty bloody in there, but yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty cool. I do think it was mildly annoying how like just weird Thor. I mean, I know Thor is seeing Jane Foster for the first time in this scene. But like it was still just like, dude, like you're in the middle of a battle, like get into it. Like just like stop being so standing there and all making weird jokes. Like this is one of those moments where I was like, dude, come on, like stop.
That's what I was saying. I felt like they made him the joke instead of a part of the joke. It was right here that I was like, my thoughts on the beginning of the movie started to really settle in. I was like, oh fuck, this is not good.
But
I think the reason they did that though is just to kind of prove that, I mean, he's not the Norse god of war, but he's like their best warrior. And at this point, he's gone through like all the historic Viking stuff. Hela fought Thanos. Like at this point, like battle has to be such a nonchalant thing to him. It's got to be like when a pro video game player is playing with a bunch of like 10-year-olds. Like it's just, I'm just screwing around like I can win this at any time. I'm just trying to make this a little more entertaining, but it's like we've gotten that plenty enough out of, I mean, every time we see Thor, like he's kind of joking about and this and that, but it took it to such a cringy level because like Logan said, this is his first time seeing Jane, and well, we find out kind of after the battle that it's 8 years or whatever instead of the 3, because that's how we learned that she indeed did get dusted. Because I know me and Mike talked about that after the last episode, that they didn't make it clear unless you thought about it, because she's like, well, it's been like 3 years, and he's like, no, it's been you know 8 years, 76 days, and X hours. Like it's like, oh, so she definitely got dusted because like those 5 years didn't happen for her. So like that wasn't like and like Logan saying, it just like he's busy joking and not caring what's going on, like until he sees Gore, and then he's like, oh, that's the necromancer sword, like that's not good. But
It's
like until
confirmed
he
called the
sees
Necro Sword.
Okay, we're
okay,
close
so
though.
but it's like until he sees the actual necro sword, he could not give two shits about New Asgard being attacked. Like, he's just like, he sees Mjolnir and he's like, what the hell? And then it goes to another Thor and he's like, what the fuck? And then it's Jane and then he's really what the fuck? And then it's like, he's just nonchalant until he sees the Necro Sword and then he's like, oh, this isn't, and it's like, dude, we've already heard too much cringe. It's like, or too many like forced jokes. It's a little too late in this battle to be serious because at this point he doesn't take battle serious unless it's like against someone he considers an actual foe, which obviously since Thanos, he really hasn't considered anyone a foe. And I mean, until the couple of fights with Gore in this, I mean, who are they going to throw to have as a a a thing again? Because I mean, he's a literal god. Like the only chance they're going to have is through jumping way ahead is through the end scene where you see Hercules and Zeus. Like at this point, the only thing that's a match for him is another god. So it's like everything is so nonchalant with him that it's like, okay, like why even throw a fight scene in this at this point? Like because he makes a mockery of it, and like you see all the other Asgardian people, Valkyrie, Jane, are like fighting, and he's just like meh, like, and randomly throwing Stormbreaker or lightning people, and it's like just so he's over it, and it's that part was kind of annoying, but yeah.
I have a weird thing about this whole movie though that I've been realizing. Why couldn't Thor use Mjolnir at all? I know it's been in pieces, but clearly it just comes back together. So why hasn't he been using it in all these
I'm
years?
thinking
Because
it's
sorry, I'll answer. Then you can see if you agree. Because
okay.
later in the movie, when you find out why Mjolnir responds to Jane, I'm pretty sure it's like bonded to her in a way. Like it won't. It's not that it's not listening or that he can't use it. It's that Mjolnir knows he has a responsibility that Thor gave him, and that's why it's just like I have other shit to do. I don't have time for your jealous bullshit.
I guess that's fair. I'll take
I
that.
think I think
It's
another
probably the
part of it
best.
too is like there's only one dwarf left and his hands are messed up. So like Rocket, Groot, and Thor had to make Stormbreaker more or less. So without any of those mythic dwarves, there's and like the Dying Star and stuff that they use to make Mjolnir and Stormbreaker, like Thor would have to pick all those pieces up and take it to them, or like what they did where they just literally picked up the ground around it because that's the only way they could pick it up and move it because they're not worthy of picking it up. Like they would have had to have done that, but like I said, there's only one dwarf left and he doesn't have the use of his hand, so it's like how is he going to repair it? And I think at that point that was probably his mindset was I can't get it fixed. It can just I have Stormbreaker now. It can just stay here on New Asgard as a real as a not a realtor, like a traveler destination thing, like a sight to see. It's like, oh my god, that's Thor's hammer right where it was crushed and all that. Like, and you see the goofy play with
Okay.
I love that his brother's still in it again. I love that he's back again.
yeah.
Do
And
that.
then
I
Matt
love
Damon
that.
plays Loki again. Best thing
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah. Sam Neill's back, you know. And there's a
Yeah.
new edition of my least favorite
Melissa
person.
McCarthy.
I hate this woman so much.
I
Like,
had a feeling that's who that was.
yeah.
Dang.
When she showed up on screen, I was like, alright, fuck. I hate Melissa McCarthy so much,
So
man.
I chuckled at it lightly, but I was
I
like,
chuckled at it because it's Melissa McCarthy, but then I remember that I fucking hate her, so.
I was like,
Not as
I'm
a
not
person,
sure how
obviously.
Logan feels about her, but I was like, I'm pretty sure Mike is gonna hate that it's her,
I do
but
not
he's
like
still
her.
gonna laugh at it.
I laughed because it's her, but then it's. By the way, I don't hate her as
Literally
a person.
one movie that she has.
What?
Yeah, there's one movie that I've ever found funny of hers, and it was kind of a surprise.
Yeah,
The spy movie that she made or whatever. That's the only one I've ever I don't know why, but that movie actually is
marginally
funny.
chuckled at. Yeah, I don't
But
like
I
her.
never found any of her other things fun. Not found a single thing other than that funny.
Again, I laughed because it was her, and then I was like, oh yeah, I don't like her. But again, I'm saying it's not like I don't like her as a person. I don't know her. I don't like her as an actress. But anyway, so oh, and before we move on, I did want to say this is the first time that we see, like I said, Stormbreaker being nerfed, because it doesn't do anything during this fight. Thor's just swinging it, and it's like there's no lightning coming from it at all, or at least very little, and he's just using it as like a bat.
Yeah.
And then Mjolnir's over here doing all this cool stuff, which I get it. I understand why the movie's doing it. Mjolnir's back. Jane Foster, it's her introduction. I understand why the thing happens. I just don't. Just because I understand something doesn't mean I have to like it. I still don't like that it's there. I don't like that they nerf these things for story purposes. I understand the purposes behind it, but that doesn't mean I have to like them, you know? So at the end of this whole battle scene, which is an okay fight scene, as DJ and Logan was saying, it's annoying Thor's characterization throughout the entirety of this scene. It's the first time that I realized that I said that I started thinking that he's just a joke in this movie. You know, he's not in on it anymore, which was annoying. But it's a pretty average fight scene for me, MCU. But the ending of it caught me a little bit off guard. So Gore decides, fuck it, if I can't win, I'm just gonna steal all the kids. Which, okay, cool. So, and he prisons them in the Shadow Realm. And the first time I heard the Shadow Realm, my little Yu-Gi-Oh nerd ass perked up.
I was thinking that too.
I was like, Shadow Realm.
I was waiting.
I was like, what the fuck? We got the Pharaoh coming out. There are some Egyptian gods in this too, so maybe the Pharaoh's here. Who knows? Maybe Yami Yugi's, the real hero of Thor: Love and Thunder. Who knows? But no. So all the kids get taken. All the adults freak out. Everyone realizes they failed. Thor realizes definitely that he failed. And they make a plan to go see the rest of the gods and ask them for help to fight Gore in Omnipotence City. Before we leave for Omnipotence City, we do get, in my opinion, a very good scene with Jane Foster realizing that the thing that she thought was going to save her is clearly not working. Like I said in the review, I'll say it again, I'll say it 1,000 times. Every single scene, in my opinion, with Jane Foster, or, Mighty Thor, whatever you want to call her, I think is incredibly well done. I think the storytelling behind it, her acting, the characterization, the writing behind it, and it really all comes together in the second half of this movie, which, as I said earlier, I absolutely adore the second half of this movie. It all comes to a head beautifully, I might add. So that is what I keep going back to, and it's just like, I loved her. So, anything you guys have to say about any of that?
Nope, agree with it 100%.
Okay. Logan?
What?
I think you said no. Did you say no?
I said no?
Okay. All right, and then we head off to Omnipotent City, where they meet all the gods, Zeus more importantly. We learn that Axel, Heimdall's son, one of the kidnapped children, actually has the ability of Heimdall, so him and Thor are communicating and they're talking about their plans. And this is where I think you kind of start to slightly see a more serious side of Thor. He's still making some jokes here and there, but that could be an attempt to lighten the mood around the kids. But you still kind of start to see him help the kids and help Axel come to grips with his father's powers. Well, I guess they're technically his powers too. So there's that. But then we get to Omnipotent City, and like I said earlier, everything up until the point where Zeus throws the bolt through Korg's body, I hate. I dislike all of this. There's not really any redeeming qualities for me in this scene. I hate Zeus. Not just hate as in like, oh, he's a bad guy and I don't like him. Like, I hate the way he's acted. I hate the way he's written. I just don't like any of it, really. The humor's kind of there. I mean, I smile, but none of it made me laugh. None of it made me enjoy it. Up until the point, like DJ and I were talking about, this is the moment where the entire movie flips completely on the head, where the bolt goes through Korg, and then Thor turns around and just fucking heaves this thing through Zeus's chest. And at that moment, the movie completely becomes something different in my eyes and something absolutely fantastic from here on out. What do you guys think about all this?
For first thing, I love the I know this is a little bit before that whole big thing happened, but I love the bickering back and forth between Astrid or Axel. And I love that he's like, your dad gave you a cool Viking name, Astrid. Your name is Astrid. He's like, no, it's Axel. And I don't know, I thought that was pretty funny. But no, I mean I agree. I definitely think that's when like it straight up was like a huge just flip on its head. Like it literally just like as soon as Korg got killed, which was just surprising to me. I thought
Technically
that
not
entire
killed.
scene
His
was like,
body's just disintegrated.
well, I know, but quote unquote, he thinks he's dead at that moment. That scene was just so cool because I love the fact that like it literally Thor just was like, this isn't funny anymore. There's nothing to joke about this part. This is real. And he just takes that shit and flies it right back through his chest. I was like, holy shit. I was like, that's super cool. And then I actually really like the action scene that happens right after that too, where they're just going around killing all the people and like it was actually like pretty gory. I mean, I know it wasn't red blood, but like all the gold blood that they when they were killing them was getting all over them, and you can actually still see it on them. So it wasn't like it got on them and it was instantly gone. Like you can literally still tell where all the blood was, blood quote unquote, whatever it is. It's like gold, whatever it is. But still, that scene was sick. It was so cool. I thought the entire fight scene was really awesome. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It pretty much was like a huge flip at that moment.
The only thing I'll disagree with on Mike is
I'm back. What's up?
Zeus was done like perfect. Like reading through the mythology, the Greek mythology, like Zeus is a pompous ass. He's a dick. He's a womanizer. Like he's everything that Russell Crowe was for Zeus. Like he's arrogant. He's like, I'm the top dog here, and like to take a couple steps back, like you and me had talked about after the last show. I wish they would have introduced or name dropped a few more gods. But other than that, like Zeus's arrogance, and then he's like, I'm the best thing here, and it gave a perfect don't meet your heroes moment because like up until that point, like Zeus is the best, he's the greatest, he's the one that came up with this place, like it's so awesome and da 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 da. And they're all like Valkyrie who hasn't been here before, Korg who like none of these other people have been here before, and they were like, all right, like Zeus is gonna help, like this is gonna go quick and easy, like bing bang boom. And then Zeus is like, I don't give a fuck about your problems. Like he's got to get here, and he's not gonna get here. So, like, who cares? And it's like, and then that's Thor's like realization that like, oh, like I thought y'all were cool. Like, granted, Thor hasn't been doing the Viking god thing for a couple centuries just because humans on Earth move past that, but he's still like, I gotta protect people. Like, it's still my job. And the rest of them are like, nah, dude, we don't do that shit no more. Like, we're past that. And da da da. Like, it's not even fun or worth our time helping people anymore. And then, like you're saying, like when he just demolishes Korg's body, and it's like, oh my, did he just kill like one of our favorite MCU characters in the last like 5 or 6 movies? Like, what the hell? And then Thor just is like, nope, not today. And then until the end, like that's a heart shot. Like, I know he's a god, but it's like he just made himself the number one god of thunder. Like, and it no contest. Like, just won into Zeus's house, got told no, and decided, all right, I'm gonna piss on the rug, and just wrecked it. And then, like Logan is saying, I think it was a great workaround because if they would have shown red blood, that whole scene would have been done different or been cut. But to make the blood gold was a brilliant thing to show that like they just massacred a bunch of omnipotent, supposedly immortal beings, and just like they're covered in gold by the end of it. And it's like, oh, like, yeah, I guess he's over this place. And when he, especially when like 5 minutes ago, he's so high up, like, hey, after we're done with this, like, in and out at like save the world thing, we should come back here and party. It's the best. And then 5 minutes later, you're like, God, this place is like a shitty Chuck E. Cheese. Like, we're never coming back here again.
I mean, I think I agree with you. Obviously, Zeus is supposed to be a dickhead. We all know that through all forms of mythology, even through all different interpretations of Zeus. He's always a dick, and I get that. And he is a dick in this movie, but like, I just don't like the acting. I don't like the writing behind it. I understand the whole set design and how all the females are there, and I get it. He's a woman. I get all the reasonings for things of happening. I just don't like the execution. I don't like the acting, the writing for Zeus. I don't think it's really good. His accent changes like 4 times throughout the scene. I don't know what was going on with his accent, dude.
He starts pretty Greek, and then he just kind of
goes
dips
British
into Italian,
Italian and British. And it's like, what are you doing over there?
Goes to his Aussie accent, and then kind of back into Greek right away. And it was like, wait, where the fuck is Zeus from?
Like I said, so like everything before the lightning bolt throw, I think is a average MCU movie throughout the entirety of the saga, a slightly above average Phase 4 sequence. Everything before the lightning throw, that's how I kind of settle it. Like you and DJ, you and I were talking about after the show. Like, I think everything before that is like a 2.5 to 3 range, where everything after that is like a 4 to a 4.5, which is kind of how I settled on the 3.5 score of like, this. It really is a story of 2 different films here. So speaking of that, if I was gone for half of it, did you guys say, did you bring all your thoughts to a conclusion about the Omnipotent City scene?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. So.
Oh, I do think, and I know it's Disney, and they're a little too scared to do things. I honestly think if Korg died, I think it would have brought a little bit more, like, whoa moment.
Oh yeah,
kind of like an Infinity War beginning, where
like,
literally I was like, oh man, like, okay, this is how we're starting, aren't we? If that happened, I feel like the scene would have been a little bit more interesting, but I still think it was really good. Honestly, it would have been even just more mind blowing if they did kill it. But I know it's Disney, and they're very kind of, and I know it's not Disney themselves making this, but still, like, they feel like they're a little lenient, and they don't usually like to make bold moves like that unless it's like, Infinity War or Endgame kind of stuff. So.
Okay.
But that's my final thoughts on that section.
Yeah. I had a thought, but I completely forgot it. I was reading to kind of get ready for the next section, and then I had a thought to respond to you, and then I read, and then I forgot said thought. So, all right. We ready to move?
Yes.
All right. Yep. So, midpoint of the movie here now. Let's reset. Let's get ready for, again, what I think is, personally, I think is a phenomenal second half to this movie. It starts with the lightning throw, with the preceding fight, like Logan said, which is actually a gory-ass fight. Again, like he said, it's just gold gore. So, really cool. They set off for the Shadow Realm, which I cannot... Every time I say it, every time I read it, I think Yu-Gi-Oh, dude. I can't get it out of my head. And on the way, Jane Foster deduces because she's a very smart lady over here, the reason why Gore came to Earth, the reason why he used the kids as a trap, that's because he needs Stormbreaker in order to summon the Bifrost to gain access to the realm of eternity, to where he plans to wish all gods dead. So pretty end of days type story beats here. Definitely sets up the importance and significance of the journey outside of just saving the kids. Now they have to save the entirety of their existence. And even though the gods are dicks, we've learned through this movie that they're all pretty much dicks, save face for a few. Without them, I have a sneaking suspicion things would not go very well. So they get to the Shadow Realm. They fight Gore for the first time and get fucking mollywopped, pretty much. Gore manages to steal Stormbreaker at the very end, in actually a pretty ingenious manner. Like, Gore's thinking 4 levels ahead here, man. He's playing a different game. And they retreat back to Earth to where you really start to feel everything the movie's starting to hit you with. Everything happened with Jane Foster, she's completely done. Valkyrie gets fucking stabbed in the middle of this. And the movie sets up one final escapade where Thor has to go out by himself and fight Gore. Somewhere along here, we get a bunch of scenes of them on the boat. Thor and Jane Foster coming back together. I believe we get the kiss here, correct?
No, that's before Gore fight.
Yeah, I'm saying like somewhere before that. I said, yeah.
Yeah. Because they're all like out there, and he's talking to the Stormbreaker because Stormbreaker is getting.
We'll
jealous.
get to the individual things after. I want to get to the story and then kind of backtrack through some other stuff. That's why I'm trying to rush through some things. But so, what do you guys think about getting us back to everything that happens from Omnipotence to the point that they retreat back to Earth?
I think it's phenomenal. I mean,
so
I'm not
good,
allowed
dude.
to say, dude. It's so good. Like, I do agree with you. I think, like, again, as I said before, or as you said before, and also DJ, it's just a big, like, it's like a light switch. Like, boom,
it's crazy.
changes.
It's like completely flips itself immediately.
Which I think honestly was kind of purposely because of the fact that like we all thought Korg was dead, and that was the first time Thor really started to take in the fact that this is real and that stuff can happen. And so that, I mean, I just felt like that. Yeah, this second half is just really like there's not a lot to say. Like, I don't think I think the jokes that they still make are really good, but and I think the action was phenomenal. And this just the fact that we finally get more story on what happened to Jane Foster and them talking and all that. I thought that was great.
Yeah, and this is where. No, wait, no, that's right after they get back to Earth. That's the scene in the hospital where you find out what happened with Mjolnir. So, DJ, what'd you think about the first fight with Gore and learning what his true plan is and everything like that?
Yeah, the way he just like there was like 1 or 2 little snippets because it's like she finds that out, like she's like, oh shit, he needs Stormbreaker, and it's just chilling there. So they all kind of run back, and then she just takes it and just fucking Hail Mary chucks it. And then Thor's like, what the hell was that for? And then like before she can even explain that it was a trap, he needs Stormbreaker, Valkyrie and her are snatched up, and he gives ultimatum. It's like, give me what I need or I'm killing like your last 2 people you have. And it's like, oh god, like Gore doesn't even, I don't think Gore even understands that Thor's lost more people in a 5-year span than Gore has. I mean, in the comics, Gore lost all of his family, and then the final straw was his daughter. In this, it's just his daughter. But like Thor's lost so many more people that it's like, dude, you don't even know who you're talk. You have no room to talk when it comes to like, oh, I'm gonna get rid of all the gods because one of them kind of dumped on me when I needed it most. Like, bro, I lost like 80% of the people that I knew and loved and cared about. Like, you like get out of here with that. And then Gore's just like, well, I'm gonna smack the crap out of y'all and send you back to Earth with your tail between your legs. And that's what he does. He's like, I'm going to do this and kind of deal with it. And that was just, it was definitely a great turning point, or a great moment after the turning point to really kick things into high gear, that like this is no joke anymore. Like, it's about to get real serious and crazy.
All right, anything else, fellas?
Nope.
All right, so after that, everyone's down and out. Like I said, Valkyrie is stabbed. Jane is essentially dying. Like, there's no if, and, or buts about it. And Thor has to go off mano a mano and do what he does best. And somewhere in here, we get an absolutely phenomenal revelations of a scene. We learn why Mjolnir is listening to Jane. We learn why Mjolnir came to Jane's call. Because it was, like TJ and I said, when I was first watching it, I was like, when Mjolnir first comes back together and sets Jane, she becomes Mighty Thor, I was like, yeah, cool scene, but fucking why? Why did Mjolnir listen to her? Like, it's been established that Mjolnir will only listen to the people that it deems worthy, and like I guess Jane Foster's a really good person, but that's kind of like a wave of a hand explanation. That's what I thought, and then
And
you
like,
come across the real reason, and I watching this scene, I just kind of sat in my chair going, "Holy fuck, man!" What do you guys think of that about this scene in
yeah,
particular?
because like we kind of talked about too, like before this scene later, like this is what, just over halfway through the movie, if not a little bit after halfway. Like
I'd say this is kind of like setting up Act 3. Like this is
it
definitely
it
2/3 of the way through the movie here.
it didn't make sense that she was worthy, because it's like her, you get the scene of like she gets the whispers and hears, she doesn't know what is talking to her, but she looks at the Poetic Edda and I forget what other Norse mythology book sitting there, and thinks, oh, flips open and reads Mjolnir gives, these powers and healing and this and that. Like, she goes selfishly for Mjolnir. Like, she doesn't know that it's calling to her because Thor told it to protect her and save her life at any cost. Like, we don't know that, she doesn't know that, only Thor and the Hammer know that. So like in that first half of the movie, you're like, like her seeking it out she wasn't worthy. She was selfishly looking for it. And then you get that scene and you're like, oh man, like he, without thinking about it,
Fucking
said,
chills, man. Sitting here like you saying it over and over, I'm like it's
yeah,
fucking
like,
chills.
yeah, it's like, man, he really cared about her. And he kind of says that without saying it, that like, I told the Hammer to do this for you. And they kind of, she kind of dances around it and he dances around it, and then that's kind of like their, we're getting the band back together, like we definitely deserve each other type moment. And it's like very touching and chilling, and like damn, like, and I think he even explains, like, I've been with, or actually maybe Korg does in the voiceover, that like he's been with, countless people, but like nothing has been better than Jane. And like, yeah, they had their trials and tribulations and they went their separate ways, and the snap happened, all that, but like deep down, he, like, in the back of his head, Jane's always, it's like, gotta figure something out. And then to find her like this is just heart-wrenching on him. And that was just, damn, that is definitely the best scene in the movie, I think.
Logan, what'd you think about Mjolnir scene? The Mjolnir revelation.
Oh, I thought it was great. I thought it was. I was really curious again, as you said, like the entire movie. Like, why is she Thor? Why is she supposedly worthy? And again, like even DJ said, I was like she's clearly not worthy because she's selfish and she just wants this to better her health and everything. Um, so I thought it was great. I honestly I couldn't think of any better reason for that to happen, and I thought it was perfect.
All right. Well, now we're coming to the final battle of the movie. Thor, as said, leaves his compatriots and everybody. He leaves the head of Korg. He leaves the holy Valkyrie, and he leaves the dying Jane Foster to go fight Gore by himself and save the children, and honestly save all the gods, even the asshole ones. And it's this revelation and that thought process right here that I was like, yeah, he's still the best hero. Well, one of the best heroes we've ever had in terms of like movie superheroes, DC, MCU, everything. Like, because he, at the end of the day, he's always gonna go and he's always gonna fight for everybody. But he arrives at the Eternity's altar. He finds the kidnapped children, and using using Zeus's thunderbolt, he imbues them with the power of Thor. And we have just an unexplainably phenomenal battle scene with all these kidnapped children fighting all the shadow ghosts to keep him off Thor while he goes and he fights Gore to the death. Before we get into the heavy ending here, I want to talk about that all in one. What do you think about the kids here? What do you think about the whole scene, him getting there, him imbuing the power? I was a little confused at first because I thought he just gave him his powers, and I was like, well, that's a Star Wars ass moment where why didn't he just do this with everybody? I realized very shortly that it was Zeus's thunderbolt that he used. So
I thought it was awesome, and again, weirdly enough, pretty gory for an MCU scene with kids. I thought it was really cool. It was really badass. I love the slow motion kills. I loved all the funny things with all the little kids getting these weird powers and like just ripping these dudes apart. It was crazy. Yeah, I loved it a lot. I was just confused as you were too about how the fact I'm like, how is he giving them powers? But I'm like, that makes sense.
I
Now
thought
I
it
can
was a light speed jump thing, and I'm like, man, they just fucked up this timeline, didn't they? Because I was like, we could have just done this to everything, but then I realized shortly that it wasn't that. So, DJ,
Yeah, that just and like, well, we don't have weapons. We'll grab all this debris, like
sticks,
hold it
and
up,
shit.
and the best being the girl with the stuffed animal, and then the stuffed animal shoots like god level lightning out of
It's
its
so
eyes and
good.
its mouth.
dude, that
Oh
was a
my,
boys moment.
Oh
that
yeah, absolutely.
that had me rolling. To just like that's every kid's ultimate dream, that like my favorite stuffed animal could blast holes through shit. Like that's like a number one kid moment like ever, is
And
hoping that something like that would happen.
it was at this moment that I realized, through all this like seriousness that's going on, Jane's cancer, Gorg essentially being a floating head anymore, Valkyrie being stabbed, the weight that it's on Thor right now, we can still have this what is essentially just a completely and utterly joyful humor scene, and this is where the horror should be. This is how Thor humor. I think I said horror there. Thor humor should be done, not what we got in the middle, the beginning of the movie, not the stupid jokes and the awkwardness and all that. You know, taking what is innately a really badass scene of these children getting powers and making it a humorous and entertaining way. That's where Ragnarok thrived. That's where this movie thrives, and I think that's where Taika Waititi thrives in his direction and the way he films these different scenes. Is everything that's going on right here. Anything else about the fight scene before we move on to the finale?
Nope.
All right, so with that finale, during this fight, Gore is winning, essentially. Thor is not winning this fight. Obviously, he doesn't have anything. He has Thor's Thunderbolt. He doesn't have Stormbreaker. He doesn't have Mjolnir. He doesn't have anything. So Gore is winning. And what I can only assume is Jane Foster gets the call from Mjolnir. And as the movie always established, it is in fact Mjolnir that is killing her faster, is making her cancer worse. And she makes the Thor decision to pick up Mjolnir and go fight one last time. So she arrives at Eternity, much to the behest of Thor himself, and together they fight, and using the last power of Mjolnir, she destroys the Necro Sword. But it's too late. The gates are already open to Eternity, and Gore crawls through, defeated pretty much. He crawls through and is in fact the first one to reach Eternity. Thor and Jane quickly follow in after him. Thor carrying Jane, I believe. Yes, carrying Jane, gets to Gore, and Thor goes to approach him and pretty much says, I don't care. You won. Congratulations. I'm going to go spend what last moments I have with the woman that I love. And he retreats and he goes back and he just holds Jane Foster in his arms the same way that Gore held his daughter Love at the beginning of this movie. And there were a couple lines here. I don't remember exactly what was said, but there's some pretty impactful lines, especially one that Jane says, you know, she'll have somebody in relation to them pleading with Gore to bring back his daughter, to bring back his loved ones, fix a problem instead of making more problems for everybody. And then Jane dies, which is a sad scene. Unfortunately, like DJ and I said, this is the crux of knowing a lot about these universes and reading these comics and all that. We knew this was coming, which sucks for DJ and I, but I still like to see how they transfer it to the screen, how they bring it to life, and it's done very, very well. I was in the moment. It didn't hit me as hard because, again, I know it's coming. I've read the story. You know, maybe things change, maybe they don't, but like Peyton was sitting next to me in fucking tears, so. And then Gore.
So was Amy.
And then Gore, seeing this action, brings back love as he sits there and dies along with Jane Foster. So what did you guys think about this scene here? Beautiful, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's great. Again, I didn't read the comics for these, but so it was more of a surprise for me than you guys. But yeah, I mean, I thought it was really, really good. It really surprised me. I don't know. I thought they were gonna pull the Disney thing where he was gonna bring her back and she was gonna live and she was gonna continue to be in the MCU.
I did think,
But,
yeah,
no.
there was a moment, even me knowing what the actual story was, and I'm like, well, it's Disney. They're going to go in and he's going to say, I wish Jane Foster didn't have cancer, which honestly would have sucked. I would have been super cringy. I would have hated it. But I'm glad they didn't do that. I'm glad they followed as closely along to the story that they could. DJ?
Yeah, that was just like they really kind of left you on pins and needles as it's like Jane lets Thor know that it's like, hey, I've loved you this whole time too. I'm sorry we didn't come to this sooner. Like all of that, and then they're like you guys said, like Gore's looking at that going like, man, like okay, he does understand. Like, yeah, he's been trying to tell you that the whole time. And then it's like, okay, is he gonna wish for the gods to die yet? Is he gonna wish for Jane not to die? Is he gonna wish for his daughter not to die? Is he actually dying? Like, I also thought it was great that this is the second mention of eternity and the showing that, because in the comics eternity is a female entity in Marvel comics. um Eternity actually gets mentioned in Guardians 2, when Quill gets like his powers full on, he sees eternity and his eyes get glazed over and see that deep space filled with galaxies and stars look, and it was just kind of like, whoa. And then like the wish happens and you're like, okay, well, what happened? Are we about to see Gore walk out with his daughter? Are we about to see Thor walk out with holding Jane? And then we see, do we even does he walk out with the daughter? Does Thor walk out with love?
No, we don't
Or
see him walk out or
it
leave
just
or anything.
cuts.
It just cuts
That's
to
right.
the
It
wrap up.
just
Yeah.
cuts to, yeah, which that was like, that was a cool little like cliffhanger. But honestly, if they would have announced, like if this movie would have came out like next weekend with all the announcements they made, I would have figured Jane was gonna live. Um, just based on some of the stuff. Obviously, they can't do some of the storylines exactly how they were in the comics, just because they now own enough characters to do the storylines that we'll get into. But it was one of those. I mean, the multiverse is unleashed now, so I mean, she could always come back to play Mighty Thor from another universe. But it was. I think this was a great way to bookend like him literally going through all the, was it the 5 steps of grief or whatever it is, like you see him go through all of that, and then having gone through all that with Loki and Odin and failing against Thanos, to him being very, very broken as a person and as a man, then finds Jane again, rekindles love, and then he's already kind of set, and she lets him know like, hey, it's okay, you don't have to go back to being broken over me. Like, just just live and take care of now. Like she kind of sets him up to like, here, I've got you taken care of with all this love you just got rekindling with me. I'm giving you a vessel and a person to throw it on. And it was also great to, like, I don't think the daughter's name is Love until the very end when she kind of becomes Thor's daughter. But I mean, I believe that she's going to become Eternity as an entity eventually, anyways.
Well, I think she's
That,
called
like,
Love in the movie because she's reborn through love.
yeah,
That's kind of what they're
yeah,
getting at.
yeah,
It's not really a
definitely.
hot
So
take. That's
yeah,
pretty
like
easy to see.
that's I totally agree with that. I think that's where stuff is going. Like we kind of talked about after last time, that there doesn't need to be. Well, I mean,
Well, hold on 1 second. I know where you're going. Give me 5 seconds,
yeah,
okay?
yeah.
All right. So, yeah, as you said, scene cuts, and we go to the wrap up of the movie. And in the aftermath, we see that Korg's body has been restored, and he starts a family through what I can only assume is a direct reference to Dwayne the Rock Johnson throughout the movie. With that's something I saw outside, which cracked me up. Jane Foster is honored in New Asgard, where finally, after I guess we see a little bit in Infinity War and Endgame, so we see a little bit, but finally, Valkyrie and Sif begin training the children. We're moving back to a more serious Asgard that is not all about tourism and everything else. They're moving back to what they know and what they truly do best, which is warriors and fightings and all that. As we said, Thor, as DJ said, Thor does adopt Love, Gore's daughter, and they go off together fighting injustices across the universe. And the last line of the movie, as it makes it apparently clear, as Love and Thunder. And then the credits roll. And we'll talk about the mid-credit scenes. I guess we can just throw them in right here. The mid credits. Oh my God, speak, dude. The mid credit scene sees Zeus back on omnipotence. He ain't dead, folks, because he's a god. Go figure. And he sends his son Hercules to go try and kill Thor, setting up what theoretically will be the next movie. And then in the really, what in my opinion is the significantly more impactful, the actual post-end credit scene, we see that Jane Foster has been accepted into Valhalla, where the first person that she sees is Heimdall welcoming her and thanking her for helping get his son back safely. And that is the end of the movie. So, what did you guys think about the wrap-up scene where we leave off? DJ was about to get to the point that I was going to say too. But Logan, go ahead and go first, and then we'll hop off of there. And also, what did you think about the end credit scenes?
Sadly, I didn't see that other end credit scene.
Oh, you always stay to the end.
I didn't know there was two. I thought there was one. I didn't look it up. So, oops. I guess I'll have to look that up.
It is really cool. It is.
Yeah.
When Heimdall came on screen, I was like super giddy, and then it was really neat seeing him accept Jane Foster into Valhalla.
But yeah, I mean, I guess if you're asking, I just think the ending's great. And I think the end credit scene. I don't know if I'm like super excited about Hercules, but I guess we'll see. As long as I don't pull a Doctor Strange.
And you are on this Doctor Strange train, aren't you?
Oh, I will, because it's a horrible sequel, and this I hope they don't do that again. I mean, if they're gonna show Hercules better be in the next thing. So I guess we'll see.
So leading into what DJ I know wants to say, it's something we talked about. The way this movie ends, to me, outside of obviously the end credits scene with Hercules, could theoretically be the end of Thor, and a very clean ending where he saved everybody, he saved all the gods, he saved Asgard. Asgard is becoming what we knew it to be at the beginning of the series through the leadership of Valkyrie and Sif. Korg has gone off and started his own family, and Thor, through his promise to Jane and everything else, his promise to Gore, which is what saved everybody. Him and his now adopted daughter go off adventuring and save the galaxy. That, in my mind, as I said that, that's theoretically a beautiful ending to Thor as a character. Now it's not going to be. We know he's coming back, but DJ, I know you were wanting to say something. You were wanting to get into it. We're gonna get a Thor 5, but do we need a Thor 5?
And honestly, they literally just announced through 2026 or 2027, and Thor was nowhere to be seen.
Just the end of 2025.
Oh, I thought Phase 6 stuff was 2026.
No, Fantastic Four starts phase. The phases move much faster than Phase 4 did, and we're about to talk about that. That's one thing I said. Yeah,
okay.
but Phase 5 only lasts a year or 2 years.
So unless, I mean, we're gonna get into this. Can I go based on what I think is gonna happen with that, like with stuff that got announced, or do you want me to wait?
Oh, just kind of wait what you think. It's like, the question I asked is, do you think we need a Thor 5, or would you be okay with it ending right here? Which is not. I understand it's not going to, but
yeah, I would be okay with it ending there. But honestly, with them setting up Hercules, I think it also is gonna. I think what Thor 5 is gonna be is, I think we're gonna see Beta Ray Bill, who we've already technically had a reference to in Ragnarok, and obviously he's gonna fight Hercules, which that is early on in the comics. I don't want to flip through my boxes because it's mostly Thor, but I don't want to dig through covers right now. But that is one of his like main antagonists early on, other than fighting other Norse mythology characters. Like his one of his main bads is a constant battle with Hercules because, like they kind of showed in this, the pantheons all kind of hate each other in a sense in the comics, or like they not hate, but they don't get along just because literally all of them, like they have domains throughout the whole universe and universes possibly, but like the majority of the different pantheons all take place on Earth. Like Japanese, Chinese, Greek, Roman, Aztec, what else do they show? Norse, like Hindu, Buddhist, like all those gods are in Nipitan City. It's like, wait, so you're telling me there's, I mean, you see a couple other alien type gods, but it's like the majority of the gods you see for the different pantheons in Omnipotent City is literally all just pantheons that live on Earth or live through Earth. So it was like, it's kind of crazy that like they all hate each other. So, which I understand. Like it's it's they're all the gods are fighting for the love of one planet of people. So it's kind of like you guys have a whole universe and you guys are literally only picking on this. I apparently it's just because humans are a dumb weak race that need a god, so which they kind of tiptoe around, but I think Disney probably told Taika to take it easy on that shit. But yeah, it was just, I don't know if we need a 5. Well, I mean, I don't know, I won't say no to it. But like I don't want it to be like where, because Hemsworth already says he would like to do what Hugh Jackman did for Wolverine, and it's like he's done that. Grant, and I think he's getting close to matching number of appearances. But it's just I don't want to see a character get burnt out to the point where we're kind of over it. Like piggybacking off of Logan's comments throughout this, like they kind of thrashed and people are kind of over Doctor Strange now because this sequel just was kind of a swing and a miss sequel wise. So it's like this was a good bow, like perfectly wrapped. Like, yeah, obviously it left the door open on purpose, but it did a good job of, if we never got to see a solo Thor movie and he was just in um other movies with appearances, or even as a not a major role but a good side character role, like I'd be fine with that. I don't need another Thor movie, but I'm also not going to say no because outside of Iron Man and we lost Iron Man, we lost Cap, so like Thor's like the only one getting a good.
Well, he's the last OG. There's no one else left.
Yeah, it's like with it's like with the DCEU. Like you
Okay,
took away two
let's
of our
not compare the two here.
Well,
Let's
I'm
not
just
compare
saying,
the
like
two here.
you got three big dogs. We've lost two of them now, and now we're continuing on with the last one. And I mean, Wonder Woman 1880 or whatever 84 was just dog water. But I mean, we're not going to get into that. I don't want to see them do what they did where with her, where it's like, hey, we only have one of our remaining. I mean, yeah, technically Hulk was the second movie in the MCU, but I mean, he's going to be in She-Hulk, and they don't own the rights to do a movie for him, so they're kind of handcuffed there. But I think they've done a good job with Hulk.
Dude, if they come out tomorrow,
and
announce a World War Hulk movie, I'll lose my shit, dude.
I mean, people are kind of hoping that for this weekend, but like I said, they don't own the rights to him, and I don't think that I forget what was it. So is Sony the one that owns the rights to him? I don't remember. But they like whatever company does it. Just at this point,
Universal.
Okay, see, and it's like at this point, what can you do that's going to? Because if you have if you have a Marvel character that's not in the MCU, and it's not Spider-Man at this point, what can you do that's not going to piss fans off? Because Morbius has like a weird cult following, but that also might just be a bunch of internet trolls. But like Venom's done okay, Deadpool is doing okay, but now that's under the umbrella, and it's just like nobody can handle it the way Feige and all the producers and directors he's been corralling in to do this have done it, and it's like I'm not saying you might as well just cash in, like it doesn't pay to go all in and make a Hulk movie if you're Universal because you own so much other properties. It's like just get your payday, sell them the rights to Hulk, and throw in like, hey, make a Hulk movie and we get 30% of the profit or 40 or 50, whatever, because especially if they go World War Hulk, it like everyone's gonna see it because that's been like the Hulk thing we've been waiting for, and we got a taste of in Ragnarok, but it's like there's not much left of the OG characters that I mean we're getting their I don't want to say soft reboot, but we're getting their comic reboot, and like the MCU has caught up to where the comics are, which is after so long you hit a major storyline and now there's a lull, so now you have to reboot everything or soft reboot everything to keep interest from feigning and disappearing all the way. And with especially with how much content gets made yearly or annually now, it's going to get harder and harder for them to keep people, which it's like it sucks because you want to keep seeing some of these, but it's like they've been doing this for 16, 17 years. We're coming up on 20 years almost.
14.
What?
2008 was Iron Man, so 14.
Okay, so we're at 14 years.
God, that makes me feel fucking old. 14 years of the
right?
MCU, Jesus.
Like, I was a baby when Iron Man and the Hulk came out, and now I'm about to have a baby. That's crazy. It's like you
weren't physically
can only
a baby.
go to.
You were like,
well, no.
You were what was it, sophomore year in high school? What were you, like 250?
250.
Sorry,
no,
didn't mean to offend
sophomore year, I was already 310.
Yeah, okay, didn't mean to offend you there, buddy. Sorry.
No, you're good. it's so crazy that people are like, these are dumb now, da da da. It's like, you don't understand. They've been doing this consistently every year for almost a decade and a half. Like, yeah, other film franchises have been, oh, this is our 30-year anniversary, or this is our 40-year, this is our 60-year, whatever. For these franchises started in the 60s, 70s, 80s, but they've only done 4 or 5 movies in 30 years. These, it's 4 movies a year, 5 movies a year. Like,
speaking of all that content, let's go ahead and get to that. But before, I want to wrap up the spoiler cast for Thor: Love and Thunder. Logan, anything else you got to say? One thing, sorry, I just realized we didn't get the chance to talk about something that DJ and I talked about or raved about. Stormbreaker's characterization in this movie is fucking phenomenal. It's so good. Every time he just slowly creeps into the scene with just pure jealousy. They make an inanimate object have one of the most detailed characterizations of the entire movie. I just wanted to point that out. I think it's great. Logan, anything else to say about Thor: Love and Thunder?
Nope, but I 100% agree with you on that. Oh man, every time that popped up, I was cracking up. It was hilarious, and they did such a spot on job because it would just like you hear it creeping on the ground from your right ear, and then it just pops in the frame, and you're like, ah. He's like, I just love that. It's so good.
Especially because they played it like Mjolnir is the X that was the one, but I had to let her go. And then Stormbreaker's that new, like, don't you ever be looking at her, like, she best not be in your phone, like, is the jealous girlfriend to a T. And it was so funny, like, the whole movie.
All right, any last thoughts there, DJ, of the whole of Thor: Love and Thunder?
No, I might push my score closer to a 4, but I'll just because we're going the halves, I'm still that 3.5. Excited to kind of see where we go from here movie wise. Thor's Thor. It it got rated not much, or actually, what was it? Just under Thor 1. I think it was better than Thor 1.
Oh, it's
but
way under Thor 1.
Is it? I
Oh,
thought it
yeah.
was only a couple points under.
No, Love and Thunder is like at 57. Thor 1's in the 70s.
Oh, guys, come on! Even like Dark World was way worse.
Yeah, I think Dark World's like 2 points worse than Love and Thunder.
All because people can't handle some cringe forced comedy.
Yeah, okay. So not that bad. So Thor 77, Love and Thunder 67, Thor: The Dark World 66.
Okay. That's
still pretty
a
bad
low.
beat. But well, that's why we're here, to give you the right opinions. Just kidding. It's everyone has the right to their own opinions. Speaking of all the MCU content, let's move on now to San Diego Comic-Con was this week, and we got, frankly, way too many announcements to keep up with. I was trying to watch all the trailers and everything, and I got fucking lost in the internet, let me tell you. But we're going to try to simplify this, run through the things we liked, we'll give you just our short interpretations, because I'm sure we're going to be talking about this for the next 4 years, so we don't have to spend too much time on it here. But pretty much, Marvel came out all night, all day Saturday, had the floor, and announced the rest of Phase 4, which is really just 2 things. Phase 5 in its entirety, and what is hopefully not the entirety of Phase 6, because it's only 3 movies, but hopefully they fill that out more. But the 3 big movies, and I don't really want to pat myself on the back. DJ, you don't have to pat yourself on the back, because to comic book fans, it was pretty clear where they were going, but it is all eventually leading to Secret Wars. Like you said, it's pretty easy to tell, if you read any of the comics. But I guess we can pat ourselves on the back for quote-unquote calling that. Don't know if it's a call-out or not, but there it is. So real quick, I want to go through some things. Guys, speaking to Logan and DJ, go ahead and talk about the things you want to talk about. Keep it short, keep it quick. But the first thing I want to talk about is the fact that we now know that this is called the Multiverse Saga after the Infinity Saga. It's a pretty shitty name, in my opinion. I guess not shitty, it's whatever. But Phase 4 will conclude with She-Hulk in August, and then Black Panther Wakanda Forever in November. So that is the end of Phase 4. We now know what the entirety of Phase 4 is, and now that we know what the entirety of Phase 4 is, I can tell you without any sort of skepticism in my mind, regardless of how good Black Panther Wakanda Forever is, which I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be a fairly enjoyable / decent movie, but I also thought Love and Thunder was going to be better than what it eventually was. Anywho, Phase 4 is easily the worst phase of the entire MCU so far, in my opinion, with no skepticism. Speaking of that, we got a new trailer for both She-Hulk and Black Panther. Let's start with some might consider it to be the lesser of the property. Let's start with She-Hulk Attorney at Law, the new trailer. Logan, you know that I ripped this fucking thing apart when I first saw the first trailer. I thought it was the closest thing to a steaming pile of dog shit that I think I've ever seen. This new trailer changed my mind a little bit in the sense that I no longer think it's a steaming pile of dog shit. I think it's a hardened, cold pile of dog shit that's been sitting out in the yard. Not as gross, not as disgusting, but still looks pretty darn bad. What do you think there?
Yeah. I'm
I
not
just,
super pumped. I'm not gonna lie. The past few shows Marvel's come out with have not been that exciting, in my opinion. Still haven't watched Miss Marvel. Am I excited to? Absolutely not. Just like I am absolutely not excited to watch She-Hulk, but I'm going to because I like to know what's going on. Yeah. I didn't see the new trailer yet. All I've seen is the first trailer. The only thing I'm excited. It's better. Well, the only thing I'm excited about is the fact that Daredevil's going to be in it in some way or form, and that's it. It's the only thing I'm excited for. I'm excited to see Daredevil again. That is literally it.
That is honestly the most exciting thing in the trailer, and it's the last 3 seconds.
Oh, so it is in the trailer. Oh,
yeah,
okay,
the last 3 seconds
okay.
of it pans around. Did you see his? Well, honestly, you just see his crotch, but
Nice.
There it is. He's got the BOGO sticks in the suit. Logan, what'd you think? Did you get a chance to watch the She-Hulk trailer?
What?
I said Logan. I meant DJ. Sorry.
Yeah, I was like, no, I did not.
The CGI looked way better than the first one.
Yeah.
They filled out a little bit more of a story. It just I think Phase 4 is just gonna get lost in the shuffle just because everyone is at a Infinity Saga hangover, and they took the approach of like there's one of two approaches after when you wake up with a hangover. It's drink a bunch of water, take a break, and then kind of ease back into stuff, or just start drinking again. And Feige and the people that run the MCU went, we're just going to start drinking again, and gave us so much content that it's like
a little too much.
It's like,
in my opinion.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where, and then too, it's like they announced like I think it's only like 10 movies over the next 3 or 4 years, but it's like 20 shows, and it's
it's 10 movies, 6 shows for a total of 16 pieces of content throughout phase 5 and 6.
Okay. It seems like it's a lot. I think it's just because we've been getting so much, and it's like at this point I wasn't gonna watch Miss Marvel until I realized that until it got leaked that the next Captain Marvel was just gonna be called the Marvels. And I was like, oh shit, like maybe I should watch this because it's obviously gonna be very origin story, which it is, but that's what I expected going in, and it was okay.
I mean, I think it's good, but
I thought it was rather good. Loki is still by far the best show.
What? No, I haven't
so
seen
agree on that because Mike will just never watch it, but whatever.
I think if I know we keep dogging on it, but it's like picking on Xbox. You gotta do it. If Doctor Strange wouldn't have been so convoluted and crazy, WandaVision wasn't bad. It's just they set a bunch of stuff up and they set up another show, but then like you get White Vision, and then you're like, oh shit, and then that just goes away, and we haven't mentioned it since. And then like they throw in Eternals, which should be a huge like holy shit moment, and then it just goes away. And we've had how many movies since then, and not one have mentioned a frozen celestial coming out of the ocean once. Like all I need is a can you believe that shit about the celestial in the ocean, and not once. And it's like what are we doing, guys? Like what's going on? And
want to back up real quick, keep it on Facebook. I still don't think you've answered me about the She-Hulk. Have you seen the trailer? Are you excited?
Oh yeah. I saw it.
I was like, I don't think you ever actually gave me an answer yet.
I started to, and then I went off on a tangent about everything else that got announced.
Yeah,
I saw it.
We'll get to it. Don't worry.
There's like I said, there's so much shit coming out that I'll eventually. This will probably be one to. I started watching Miss Marvel with Lena, and she was just kind of like, man, because she's in your same boat, just because she's not as hyped as me for some of this, so she could care less. But she's kind of overdrawn, and she's like, I don't care about some of these anymore. It's too much to keep going, and like I'll probably watch this, but I mean, it doesn't look like it's gonna blow me away. And like I said, I don't think anything right now is knocking Loki off the top of the mountain. And Loki's getting a season 2, so I and like it's like yeah, the trailer was good. It was all right. It showed that they took the criticism of what did you have high school kids do your CGI? They took that to heart and upgraded a bunch of which I'm sure that first trailer. It's kind of like with.
I'm sure it's just early in production. They're still working on it. Like
it's the same reason we didn't get. No, it's the same reason we didn't get a Guardians 3 trailer because the VX weren't ready for some of the stuff in the trailer. So
the people in the hall did. It just hasn't been released yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a trailer. The people who were at the panel in the hall got to see it. It just hasn't been released online yet. Speaking of trailers, the next trailer we got after She-Hulk was the official date release. Wait, what? The official date announced for Black Panther Wakanda Forever, accompanied by the first look trailer. It is coming out 11/11/22, formerly known as Starfield Day. Sorry. As you said, you always got to make fun of Xbox when you get the chance. But anyway, keeping it on Black Panther. What do you guys think about this trailer? I thought this trailer was pretty fantastic, honestly. I think this movie looks stunning. There's a lot of scenes that, really had Avatar vibes, especially the whale underwater with all the people on it. I thought this thing looked visually impressive. Looked diverse. It looks like we're going to get a lot more depth in the MCU, especially with the Ryan Coogler universe and setting, which is what I loved the most about Black Panther, is it felt like it took place in an entirely different universe or world than what the rest of the MCU did, even though it doesn't. It takes place on Earth, but some of the visuals that were shown off here, especially the stuff that they're doing with the water and, what looked like some kind of birth happening underwater. I don't know a lot about Black Panther lore in the comics, but all of this looked incredibly visually impressive, and I'm fairly excited. I was fairly excited about the movie regardless, but even more excited to see what they do. Still sad that, what happened with Chadwick Boseman is a travesty, and it sucks, but I am slightly interested to see how they handle that, how much respect is due to him, is paid to him, and how much of his passing has like an effect on the overall product. Even though I don't think it's going to have a major effect, I think it's still going to be a good product, but I'll be interested to see what they do with all that. Logan.
I'm not excited at all for this movie. It just looks okay. I don't know. Maybe it's just not my kind of movie, but I'm not gonna lie, that trailer did nothing for me. It left me with a lot of questions, which I guess is fair, and I'm probably still gonna see it no matter what. But I'm not that excited for it. I don't know.
Well, that makes sense because you don't like Black Panther as much as I do.
Yeah, I don't think it's as hype as a lot of people think it is.
I
But
fucking love Black Panther.
I think it's a good movie. It's not bad in any way. I don't think it's even close to the bottom. I think it's really up there. But is it up there with like my top 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8? No. I think it's a little bit below that for me. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just more like right now we're in a weird place with it. I mean, rest in peace. I think he's a great actor, and I think he did great as a Black Panther. But I just don't know where they're going with it now, and I just don't know really to be excited. Like, I don't care for his sister. I don't care for his mother. That's not the people I want to watch a Black Panther movie about. So I don't know where. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't look that exciting to me.
DJ.
I'm total opposite. I am hyped as shit.
Yeah.
The way they remixed All Right by Kendrick, because I'm pretty sure Kendrick Lamar again is producing the soundtrack and album for this movie, which yes. Like you said, they showed, I'm assuming, I'm taking a stab here just based on what we got in the trailer, that they're gonna do, he had an off-screen death, but before that, I can't remember Lupita Nyong'o's character.
Nakia.
I'm assuming she's the one that we saw pregnant. They kind of flashed that real quick, so it's hard to say. They did give us the hint of Ironheart, so kind of interested in that. Then they did show the back of someone wearing the Black Panther costume.
Oh yeah.
The question is it going to be?
It's got to be
his
Shuri,
sister?
Right? It's got to be Shuri, right?
There's to me there's 3 possibilities. It's Shuri. There's
M'Baku?
A time skip, and it's his kid. Or
that's interesting. Or M'Baku.
No, I think somehow there's a chance it's Killmonger yet, just because a lot of people wanted it, and they show him fall over, but they never outright said he passed. And Wakanda has crazy technology that maybe he was basically on the brink of death in that scene at the end of 1, and they somehow saved him. That's a bit of a stretch. I don't think it's M'Baku, just because that looks like what we were used to seeing with Chadwick, and Winston Duke, who plays M'Baku, is like
a monster,
6'6" and massive.
He's a monster.
That definitely wasn't someone that's 6'6" and massive. So I think it's either going to be T'Challa's child or Shuri are the best guesses, with a dark horse being that it's Killmonger.
I think I think it's Shuri. I'd be surprised if it wasn't Shuri, but I like the idea of there being a time skip and it being T'Challa's child. That I didn't even cross my mind. One thing I did want to point out before we move on, in the scene where his mother is on the throne and she's clearly yelling at somebody, Angela Bassett is fucking killing it, dude.
Oh,
dude, my hair stood up on the back of my neck when that scene came on. I was like, God damn. And then the accent kicks in. I was like, holy shit, man. So good.
And yeah, that was great. And just to finally, are we gonna say it? Do they mention it in the trailer? Can we say who the main villain or antagonist is probably gonna be?
Namor? Yeah. Well, they don't say it in the trailer, but it's all over the internet. People know it's Namor.
It's Namor the Submariner.
Yeah.
Submariner.
Which led me to think is all that underwater stuff we're seeing, like, it's obviously from his side,
yeah.
which leads me to believe, like, how much are we going to get of, like, the villain's civilization? Like, is it going to be warring, like, the battle of sea and land? Like the battle of Wakanda and the battle of the sea?
He's the king of Atlantis in the MCU. We've already seen it at Atlantis, so it's like, I don't want to say shit or get off the pot time, but it's like it's another chance for the MCU to be like, sorry DC, we're just better at this than you.
First of all, Aquaman's a fucking badass movie. I don't care how good Black Panther. Aquaman's badass, all right? So
but it's going to be crazy to see that. Again, I wish we could have actually seen T'Challa versus. I'm hoping. I hate when they do this. They did it in Fast and the Furious. They've done it in other movies when actors pass away unexpectedly. I wouldn't be mad though if we see, because you can do it easy enough. You just use a stunt body and keep the mask on them. I would like to see, because the war between Wakanda and Atlantis has been going on for quite some time, which they alluded to here and there, whenever, like, not really in Black Panther, but they mention it in Endgame, I believe.
Yes.
That
Well,
they're dealing.
is it Endgame or is it during the
No,
war for Wakanda
it's
in Infinity War?
it's a bit of that, but then in Endgame when they're all doing their like crowd control of situations, and Nat is sitting there like giving reports of this, reports of that, and God, no, I'm blanking on her name too. The like their Secret Service leader. She's like, I'm dealing with some shit off the coast of Wakanda right now, in the an earthquake in the ocean that I like. That's
Yeah,
my
that's right. That's right. That's
priority.
right. Yeah.
It's very them dancing around, be like, you guys have all these problems. We've been fighting fucking Atlantis for centuries, and I got to deal with that. It's a very quick and elegant little drop of the hat for that. And I just hope they're gonna have to CGI it or have a stunt person do it, obviously. But I would like to see a fight or two between T'Challa and Namor, just to set up so it's not as they kind of painted it in the trailer, which that is part of the reason it happened, is T'Challa's obviously gone for whatever reason. Whether they paint it as Atlantis had him killed him off, or whatever they do, um, I think they need to show a bit of a backstory between T'Challa and Namor fighting and beating the shit out of each other at least once as a flashback, to then kind of help set up that these two advanced civilizations, especially on Earth, advanced civilizations have just been going at it for centuries, and that like that when they show Angela Bassett hollering, which kind of looks like they show a bit in the throne room, and they show another bit that kind of looks like a UN meeting, like it's
I
very
saw the throne room on both
okay.
cuts, but I could have
Um,
been different.
it like the way they just show her hollering, like just putting to that point that all these countries just learned Wakanda is by and far the wealthiest country on the planet. Or at least on, I think they even say on land, just because hint hint Atlantis.
Yeah.
Um,
She says the most
like
powerful, not the wealthiest. She says the
okay.
most powerful.
It's like she's going on about that, and it's like, because in her world it's them versus Atlantis, and the rest of the world isn't even in the competition. Whereas all of them are like, oh, now Wakanda's in the competition, and Wakanda's like, no, 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 no.
We've been here.
You guys we've been in we've been playing a totally different sport. You guys are just learning about our sport, and that was very like, I'm kind of hyped for it. Um, I understand it definitely wasn't a lot of people's cup of tea, the first one. So the second one, it's going to be one of those, if you don't care about the character, you don't care about the story, it's not going to float your boat. But I am definitely hyped to go see this in November.
Yeah, I'm there day one. All right, moving on. They announced Phase 5 will begin with Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, where we will finally get our first look at the big bad Kang the Conqueror coming in hot, and also it was revealed that we will get our first live-action look at MODOK in this movie. So 2 villains, 3 heroes. Just seems like a clusterfuck to me, but all right. I guess I'll be there for it. That's coming out February 17th, 2023, followed by Secret Invasion starring one and only Samuel Jackson in spring 2023. Then follow Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, the longer-awaited sequel to Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, obviously, coming out May 5th, 2023. Echo, which I have zero fucking clue what it is, haven't looked up anything about it, but coming out summer 2023. Loki Season 2, summer 2023. The Marvels, the next movie, combining, I guess theoretically, I think, I don't know if it's confirmed or not yet. But anyway, it's probably going to star Captain Marvel and Miss Marvel. July 28th, 2023. Blade comes out November 3rd, 2023. Ironheart, the TV show, which we do get a sneak peek at in one of the trailers. I forgot which one we see. Comes out fall 2023. And then a TV show that I have... It may be the only one I never watch. Agatha, Coven of Chaos comes out in the winter of next year sometime. The big one, the one we're all excited about, hopefully, Daredevil Born Again, an 18-episode series coming to Disney Plus, comes out spring 2024. Captain America, The New World Order, Logan's most hyped movie, comes out May 3rd, 2024. And then Thunderbolts, another movie, the TV show, sorry, that I don't give a shit about, comes out July 26, 2024, capping off Phase 5 with 10 total MCU and TV series. Much shorter than Phase 4, thank God. It spans literally just a year and a half. Anything to say about these things, guys?
Daredevil's going to begin his yellow suit. That's pretty interesting. Because if you watch the trailer, by the way, the entire time he's scrubbing through the thing, trying to get as much detail as I could out of his suit. And yeah, it's definitely the yellow suit for sure. 100%. Like, you could see it. His arms have yellow now, his knee pads now have yellow, and his head is all yellow. So yeah, that's interesting. A little bit unique. I don't know what to think about it. I personally really like the Netflix Daredevil suit a lot, but maybe it's a lot cooler than it is. I mean, again, it's kind of a blur. It's kind of hard to see, but I was scrubbing through just trying to see what it would look like. But in Loki season 2, very excited. If Mike will ever watch season 1, he'll probably watch it around season 2, hopefully. And yeah, I'm excited for Ant-Man and Wasp. I don't know much about Secret Invasion. I don't know if I should be excited or not because Nick Fury kind of has disappointed me ever since a certain movie called Miss Marvel. So
It's not Nick Fury's fault.
I know it's not his fault, but it's the people who wrote that story's fault, ruining a good character, in my opinion. And it sucks because I used to love Nick Fury, but now he just seems like he's basically, as you say in the Thor movie, now he's a big joke. So it's just kind of, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. I'm still going to see it no matter what. I'm going to probably see all of these things except for Agatha.
Dude,
I'm going to watch everything but Agatha.
When he was on stage and he said Agatha Coven of Chaos, I went, the fuck? No.
Yeah, I'm not
fuck?
About that at all.
All right. I'll report to you guys on that one. I think it's just because during WandaVision people liked her character, but personally, her character was decent. It helped move the story,
but whole series dedicated to her.
Agreed. Yeah. It doesn't deserve. The only reason they're doing that, I think, is to set up a Wanda return in Secret Wars, an alternate universe one, perhaps. Who knows at this point? Because the rules got thrown out the window with this one, just because I think they are seriously. Even their writers are a little hungover, so they're just like, yeah, let's put together this puzzle, and then they started putting together, and then somebody dumped another puzzle on top of it. We can make these pieces work, and it's just like,
dude, this is literally just like what Star Wars is doing right now with that weird offshoot from Rogue One about a character that literally no one cares about. Like, dude, why are they doing this? Why waste your money?
I don't know if you've listened to the episode where Logan and I talk about, but I go on a fucking rant. I hate that character and the fact that he's getting a TV show that's already scheduled for more episodes than any of the other ones. I'm like,
oh yeah, that too. Yeah,
what the fuck?
What the heck?
Yeah, I was like, oh cool, they're giving Cassian Andor thing, which is I was like, whatever. But then when they're like, oh yeah, by the way, he's getting the most episodes we ever given in one season. I was like, dude, people have been loving having episode 6 Luke. People were crying over Ahsoka being live action. You've already mentioned a couple other people are going to be in her show live action. Like, people have been loving Mando. Boba Fett was hit and miss. It's getting a second season.
The only hits was basically Mando.
Yeah.
Season 2.5.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like that's kind of like I don't need another season, but hey, if they're gonna dive more into like maybe him finding other clones of Django or whatever, who knows what the hell they're gonna do. It's like, and then Kenobi was just a smash, and it's like it's like they heard some of the fans say like, yeah, but let's give us new characters, or like e- either give us more of these specific characters and fill them out, even though they've been filled out, give us even more of them, or go give us something totally new. And they want, well, Cassian Andor is kind of new. You guys kind of liked him. Yeah, let's roll with that. And it's like, I don't give a shit about Cassian Andor. Like,
we're getting on Star Wars, guys. MCU.
Yeah. We gotta get off this. But hey, I'm
Sorry.
excited that Daredevil's getting a lot of episodes. Very excited. Honestly, weirdly enough, I don't know why, but I'm really pumped for that. It's like easily like in my top 3 of this entire list, and I'm very excited. I'm also very excited for Blade, but the fact that they're putting the Disney name on it instantly makes me know it's not going to be rated R. It's just not. There's just no possible
there's heavy talks
way.
it's gonna be rated R.
I mean, they're putting Marvel.
You know what they said? They said that about Black Widow too. But guess what? Black Widow wasn't rated R.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they're going to make it rated R. The only thing I have hope of being rated R is Deadpool, because I don't think Disney will ever put their name on that, but they'll let Fox still make the movie, and it'll still
they
be
guaranteed. They guaranteed Deadpool 3 was going to be rated R.
Oh yeah, I was like,
I've been seeing lots of stuff because people are so give us rated R Blade that I think Disney's leaning towards it. Does Deadpool come out first?
Deadpool doesn't even have a release date yet, so no one knows.
Yeah,
No one
I
knows.
hope it comes out.
Because I was gonna say if Deadpool comes out and it is a smash as a rated R, which it will be because the first 2 have been, I think Disney would then lean towards, okay, leave all the rated R shit in Blade, but honestly, if they don't make Blade rated R, it's people will go see it, but critically it's going to be a flop. At least that's how I feel.
I wonder who they're going to get to play Blade. That's what I'm wondering.
Mahershala Ali.
Oh, come on, Logan. You should know that. Mahershala Ali.
Wait, the original? Like they have the
No. That's Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
No, Mahershala Ali. Anyway, okay. So what do we think? God damn it, guys.
Okay.
What do we think about Phase 5?
I'm excited.
Okay.
I'm excited. Okay.
I
Except for Agatha.
kept getting off topic. Okay, I'll jump on the grenade for you guys for Agatha. I'll sit through that.
Thank you, please.
I'm excited for Wakanda Forever. I am excited for Blade,
That's
whether
Phase
it's
4.
rated R or not. I'm here for. I mean, the first Ant-Man movie, great. The last one was so. It was decent. I like Paul Rudd. He's funny. Who the hell did I just seen? Jason Segel was playing someone in an MCU movie. I don't remember who the hell it was though. It might be I forget if it's an Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania or not. Anyways, what else got announced for Phase 4?
All right, you got Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. 5, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, Secret Invasions, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Echo, Loki Season 2, The Marvels, Blade, Ironheart, Agatha, Daredevil, Captain America, New Order, and Thunderbolts.
Okay. Don't like I said, like you said, don't care about Echo. Don't really know what it's about yet. Ironheart will be interesting, especially because in the comics, I'm pretty sure Ironheart is a girl that figured out how to make an Iron Man suit on her own. Which they gave a hint to her being shown in Wakanda Forever, so that's kind of interesting. Loki 2, Season 2, if it builds and keeps going, it's gonna be great. Don't care about a good chunk of those. Like I'll probably watch them, but meh. TV show wise, like I really don't care about the X-Men 97 thing. Like that was meh. I'll watch Agatha just so one of us watches it. What else? Marvels will be interesting. She still gets shit on pretty hard. I think she did okay as Captain Marvel, but I think I agree with a lot of the internet, and Natalie Dormer would have been better. But I mean, it's kind of weird to try to change that now, but whatever. Daredevil, I'm excited for. He's always been kind of one of my. He's been one. Him and Punisher have been ones that just kind of got shat on over the years. I mean, the Kevin Smith movie was just, especially him being a comic book fan, was just a swing and a miss. The first Punisher, the first modern era Punisher movie was okay. The second one, I don't think I ever even saw. And I say modern era because there was a Punisher movie in the 80s with Dolph Lundgren, the big Russian guy from Rocky 4. Other than that, it's going to be cool to get 2 Avenger movies in the same year so that we don't have to wait, 3 years or whatever it was in between Infinity War and Endgame.
That was 1 year.
Oh, it felt like 3.
Speaking of that, we haven't talked about Phase 6 yet, but since DJ decided to go ahead and kick off that off, Phase 6 was also announced, starting with Fantastic Four, November 8th, 2024, followed by Avengers, The Kang Dynasty on May 2nd, 2025, and then a measly 5 months later, Avengers, Secret War, the big kahuna, hopefully at least, on November 7th, 2025.
That's what it was. Jason Segel, I think, was announced as playing Ben Grimm or the Thing in a trailer. I think because obviously in Hall H they got more extended trailers and stuff that didn't get released online. I believe Jason Segel is going to show up in the She-Hulk show as Ben Grimm, which is who becomes the Thing in the Fantastic Four. So that's kind of cool. I'm kind of interested to see how that plays out. Hey, third time's a charm. Maybe we can finally get a good Fantastic Four.
No, still don't think so.
You don't think?
I have no
you don't
faith.
think so?
No.
Can't wait for Fan Four Stick. Woo!
Even if right now I think the fan casting is still John Krasinski, Emily Blunt. I don't know who for Human Torch, and now Jason Segel is the Thing. You don't think so?
No, we're not getting anything cool. Fantastic Four's dead. All right, let's move on. We're going to move on now to the actual news stories. We're going to try to speed run through some of these for you guys. Starting with the recap of actual San Diego Comic-Con. Was there anything in here you guys saw? Marvel, again, sticking with Marvel real quick. They had their animated panel. We see the first trailer for I Am Groot. I was not that impressed, honestly. What If Season 2 got announced, and also Season 3 confirmation. And then Spider-Man Freshman Year will also feature the voice of Charlie Cox as Daredevil. It'll come out in 2024. What do you guys think about those 3 things right there?
I'm excited for the Spider-Man thing. I know a lot of people don't like What If, which I 100% understand because the art style isn't the greatest, but I'm still pretty excited for that. Yeah, you didn't say Marvel Zombies, but I am very excited for that as well.
I did not, but what do you think? Did you get a chance to watch the I Am Groot trailer?
I did. I mean, even when they announced it, I don't really care, but maybe I'll give it a watch.
I did get excited that it is actually going to be like just shorts, so it's not going to be like full-length episodes or anything. So I'm thinking like it's just going to be like, maybe 5-minute episodes where Groot's just doing something, which could be a cool idea, I guess. But I thought the animation looked fucking weird. It was so uncanny. I couldn't get over it. DJ?
Yeah, I felt the same. I just, like I said, none of the animation. Like, I'll watch What If. What If was kind of cool. Really, only though because it tied in so heavily to a lot of what we got in Doctor Strange. But outside of that, I'm just like, I mean, if Groot's gonna entertain my kid, cool. If not, I really don't. I'm not gonna watch it for the entertainment value because yeah, Groot's cute and everything, but now at this point, unless it's baby Groot stuff, like Groot's a gross teenager and just mouths off to everyone and is kind of a perv. So it's like I don't need to see that in a Groot show. But hey, we'll see what they give us.
Oh, and also, I'm actually really excited for the X-Men '97. It's pretty cool to see it make a weird comeback to such an old X-Men thing. So I'm kind of curious about it. I don't know how well they're gonna do it, but I'm really curious about it.
Speaking of curious, I figured you would be curious about this. Also shown off and got a first trailer is the Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves, the full-length live-action trailer based off the popular tabletop game, role-playing game. Logan plays it. I do not. I don't know if DJ plays it, but however, what do you guys think of this trailer? If you got a chance to see it.
From the little bit I watched of it, it looks interesting. Um, it's kind of hard to make a Dungeons and Dragons thing. Like, I mean, it's just like an adventure, and the whole point of Dungeons and Dragons is making your own adventure. So watching an adventure is just like watching any other fantasy thing. I don't know. I mean, it looks like they're trying to put some comedy in there, and maybe they could do some really weird stuff with this to kind of like maybe there's like actually people playing this, and maybe you get a back and forth, but I don't know. It just looks like it's just a fantasy movie, which is great. I'm kind of curious about it. I'll probably keep up with it, but it's not really what I would consider Dungeons and Dragons, other than it's a cool fantasy story.
Yeah, I was whatever with this trailer. I watched it a couple times just to see if I was missing anything, and Chris Pine's great. I love him. But I didn't really have too much to say, and I'm a fantasy guy, and I love fantasy movies. I don't have any knowledge of the source material too much, but I do have to say that I think only coming out in theaters, honestly, is a sentence to death for this movie. I do not see how this movie is going to succeed at all in theaters. Like
I agree.
like
When does it come out? Does it even say?
March 2023.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one.
It comes out smack dab when summer movies are starting to roll out a little bit. Like honestly, this movie and I said this on Reddit, and there was some people that were like, "Oh yeah, well Uncharted just made 400 million." I'm like, Uncharted had Tom Holland, Mark Wahlberg, and it was actually a decent adventure film. And it was able to capture general audiences attention because it's just a treasure hunting movie and people can go and enjoy that. Mom and Joe Pop are gonna be like, "Hey, what movie do you want to watch this weekend?" No one's gonna say, "Hey, let's go watch Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves." No one's gonna say that when they're standing in line trying to figure out what movie, or sitting in the computer trying to figure out what movie to say. And that's not speaking at all to the quality that could or couldn't be here. We don't know yet. I just think it only coming out in theaters, massive mistake. And it's pretty much a nail in the coffin, in my opinion. DJ?
I haven't played D&D. I read a bunch of lore. I got a guy at work that's kind of into it. I get a lot of the memes, and I get that aspect of it. Showing the mimic and some of the other stuff. I think it was really funny that they set up almost. It's like the whole game. It's like, or the whole trailer. It's like, is Chris Pine's character kind of like a dungeon master, like leading them through the adventure, and then at the end they're like, no, he's just the bard that's high on himself. Like, that was funny. This though is gonna be like the what movie was it? World of Warcraft movie. That, like, you're geared towards, yes, it's a very large audience, but such a niche audience. I
Yeah.
think this did a little bit better of branching out to like, hey, come on in. And I think what happened is D&D is going to try to use us as a come and join, like, this is a fun thing to come do. Come join, see what it's about, go to your local stores. It's huge in my area, but I'm literally a 20-minute drive from the 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 house that the guy created it at. So it's going to be huge by me. But I think this is going to be, it's going to be kind of like, it might be what you're saying, it's going to be a bit of a swing and a miss, but it's not going to be as bad as the Warcraft movie was, just because
You know what's crazy?
I think
Warcraft made $439 million.
Jesus, and like, people are just like, yeah.
No, it's still flopped because they spent so much to make the movie and so much to market the movie. It needed like 500 million to break even.
I think though that this has a chance just because and I think the reason they really won all out on this is because Stranger Things has been in the ethos, what, 4 or 5 years now, something like that. We just finished season 4. And D&D is heavily featured in that, and I think that's gotten people's interest peaked. And now people are going to see this and be like, oh, this will be a little bit more about what it's about. Now, granted, they're not going to understand that it's much more like Stranger Things, where you're building what this movie is in your mind. And if you've got the money to stick into it, obviously you can stick it into a tabletop and the miniatures, and people have gone as far as hologram versions of it and stuff now. Like, you can do a crazy game of it, but most of that is taking place in your head. And I think people are going to go into this thinking like, oh, this is what D&D is like hell yeah, let's play it. And then they're going to get books and stuff and be like, oh, it's literally just imagination and rolling dice and having a good time with buddies. And then they're gonna be like, oh, this is stupid. But I'm not shit talking it. Like, I I I don't have the time right now to get into like D&D stuff, and I'm sure my wife would be just, plum peach happy that I'm already doing a very expensive hobby in Warhammer 40K. So I'm sure she would just love for me to jump into maybe not as expensive, but a time consuming one like War or like D&D. So, but I'm still interested and kind of hyped to see this.
I see that they're trying to. I watched a little bit of the trailer while we were talking. But I could see that they're trying to put those things that everybody talks about in D&D with the trap chests, the cube of like acid and everything, the mimics. Those are all really big things in D&D. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think the biggest reason why they're making this is because D&D has gotten very, very popular throughout the years again, and that's I think mainly a good portion of that is due to Stranger Things because, I mean, yeah, I mean, I actually own sets of D&D from Stranger Things actually, and yeah, I'm curious about it, but again, it's really hard to make a movie out of something like this. Maybe it'll be a good fantasy movie at the end of the day. Though I think them putting the Dungeons and Dragon name on it, I don't know. I guess again, we'll see. Maybe they'll make some jokes
Yeah.
about, oh, you don't have enough charisma or something like that. I don't know. We'll see.
I understand that it's popular. I get that. And again, I'm not talking about the movie's quality. I haven't seen the movie, so I have no clue. But I find it hard to believe that it's popular enough to carry a movie to $400-500 million at the box office. So
Yeah. Again. Yeah.
a couple other things I saw. Disney is releasing a National Treasures TV show. That seemed pretty interesting to me.
Garbage.
Oh, fuck off.
Hey, get out of here.
Gotham Knights gameplay was showed off. Batgirl.
It's garbage.
Huh?
Nick Cage isn't going to be in it. It's going to be garbage.
Maybe,
oh
maybe
yeah,
not.
what?
Who
He's
knows?
not in it?
Oh no,
But
he's
the
too busy
dude,
doing movies.
the dude that played Riley is in it though. I will still watch it. I love those movies.
Oh my god, I just watched them last week, so I love it. Amazon's The Wheel of Time gets already renewed for a third season before the second season even comes out. That's great. I love The Wheel of Time. It's a good series. SpongeBob SquarePants is getting a crossover event, whatever the fuck that means.
And what? Like, what is it crossing over?
Title Zone.
What the fuck is
A
that?
crossover. Okay, hold on. A crossover show that sees SpongeBob SquarePants, Camp Coral, and the Patrick Star Show collide.
There's a Patrick Star.
Oh, dude, I'm moving on. Multiverse has revealed a couple new characters, including LeBron James and Rick Sanchez, which I gotta fucking laugh at. Lord of the Rings.
Waiting to say that to you.
What?
That LeBron James is in it, and he's the cartoon from the fucking last Space Jam movie.
It's so
I was
good.
like, oh,
so
I was like, Mike had me high on it, and it just got knocked down a peg or two.
Comes out tomorrow. Let's get it. Lord of the Rings, The Ring of Power got a new trailer. This thing just keeps looking fucking phenomenal. Said I am Groot. Yep. Logan mentioned X-Men 97 coming to Disney Plus in fall 2023. Marvel Zombies, if you care. If you don't, like me, moving on. Marvel revealed real-life Infinity Stones that are combined worth up to $25 million. So if you're fucking loaded, one, why you listen to us, and two, go buy yourself some Infinity Stones. Speaking of The Walking Dead, it got a new spin-off, which is starring Andrew Lincoln's Rick Grimes and Michonne together, set to premiere in 2023. Street Fighter 6 revealed a new classic Street Fighter 2 alternate costume. Don't know why I read that. I mistake it. Avatar Studios, the new studios that's going to focus on making Avatar The Last Airbender Round 2. Got a little bit of news on this. Okay. It was the first of the 3 Avatar Studios films that are accordingly be produced, so let's cross
they're all like adult films, right?
I hope so. Let's hope that they don't suck. Anything?
That's my hope.
Oh, what did you say that I was gonna jump in on, and you zoomed right past it?
I'm just kind of reading through things. Oh, Shazam! We got the first trailer for Shazam: Fury of the Gods.
Nice. Okay.
I was lukewarm on it, coming from a guy who loved the first Shazam. I'm not really sold on this one yet, but I'll be there day one. I'm gonna watch it. Black Adam got a new trailer. I can't wait. Looks great. It doesn't look like it's going to blow me away in any meaningful capacity, but it looks like it's going to be really fun and really entertaining. I'm trying to figure out Sandman. Got a new trailer. That's good for me. By the way, if there's anything you guys want to talk about, please let me know. I'm just running through this shit.
I just can't wait for Rock to show tequila.
Being a like a hardcore Shazam Black Adam fan, this Shazam, like, honestly, like, this is a whatever. The first one was awesome. I'll watch this one. I'm super excited for Black Adam, but kind of like The Rock said, like, these are going to be good. I'll go see them, but I don't care until I see Black Adam fight Shazam, and I'm really not going to care unless Henry Cavill Superman is there. And since there's like a 99.98% chance that's not going to happen, like, again, DC misses a ship, and like, it's going to fall flat eventually, and it's like, load the pistol back up. It's time to shoot yourself in the foot again. But other than that, I'll go see him. Like, I do want to see how like, The Rock has an energy drink. He's got a tequila. What else does he have? Let's see if he mentions his Iron Paradise. Does he say any of his wrestling catchphrases? Like, does Kevin Hart make a cameo? Like, how outrageous is this Black Adam movie gonna be?
All right. Anything else, fellas, that you saw during Comic-Con? I know we had to run through the end of it. I would have liked to spend some more time, but it's the way the cookie crumbles. Anything else you guys want to talk about before we move on?
Nope, don't think so.
All right. Well, now we're moving on to some video game news. First up on the list, Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora has been officially delayed to at least April 2023. This coming from the Ubisoft statement. They said, "We are committed to delivering a cutting-edge immersive experience that takes full advantage of next-gen technology." As this amazing global entertainment brand represents a major multi-year opportunity for Ubisoft. While this additional development time is a reflection of the current ongoing constraints on productions across the industry, we are hard at work to design the most efficient working conditions to ensure both flexibility for our teams as well as strong productivity while delivering the best experiences to players. And Logan, I wanted to ask you, how much more corporate can Ubisoft fucking sound when delaying a game?
I know.
And this is a game I'm fairly interested in. Like, I have hope for it. I like Massive Entertainment. I think they're a talented studio. This game is not being forced to be built on any specific engine. I think it has a chance to be something that's not a steaming pile of shit. They also went on to say that another smaller unannounced premium game, whatever the fuck an unannounced premium game means, has been delayed out of this year and into next year.
I read something about, or maybe that was one of the articles you shared about the next Assassin's Creed game got delayed.
That is a part of it's rumored that the game that they haven't even announced yet has already been delayed, and that is Assassin's Creed.
Oh, okay,
Brave.
I see it. That's a couple stories down. Yeah,
that's
sorry.
coming up here in a bit. Oh, you good? Logan, what do you think? I know you just don't care, but do you have anything to say?
Yeah. Yeah. That's it.
All right, DJ, what do you got, brother?
It's Ubisoft, honestly, until I get a Assassin's Creed game that's not just hot garbage again. We've kind of talked about it the last how many episodes I've been on, and it seems like it's a growing thing. I feel like most of us at this point we're surprised if Ubisoft doesn't fuck something up at this point. So it's like, show me you can do something right again before you promise me you're not gonna do something wrong.
Because like I was saying, like I have some. Not faith. I don't have faith in really any video game developer outside of maybe like a couple, like one or two that I'm pretty confident will never make a bad game ever. But the rest of it I'm always skeptical of. But like Massive is talented. They made the Division games, and the Division games are legitimately good video games. I don't play them, but I know people who do play them, and I know they are really well made video games that really care about the people who play them and support the people who play them. So that right there, I'm like, okay, maybe this game won't suck. It probably will, because it's a franchise that I actually have some semblance of caring about. So it's probably going to suck. Speaking of games that suck that are set forth in franchises that I care about, the Lord of the Rings Gollum has been delayed by a few months. This comes from Daedalic Entertainment. Spokesperson Twitter. It says, first of all, we would like to thank all of you for your patience and support so far. Over the last years, our team has been working hard to bring you a remarkable story in a breathtaking world filled with magic and wonder.
Logan, it's okay. You don't have to cry. I could hear you just holding back the tears.
We are dedicated to meeting our community's expectations and uncovering the untold story of Gollum in a way that honors the vision of J.R.R. Tolkien. That being said, in order to deliver the best possible experience... Let me read this, damn it! That being said, in order to deliver the best possible experience, we have decided to push the release of the Lord of the Rings Gollum trademarked by a few months. We will update you with an exact timing in the near future. We are grateful for our passionate community, and we cannot wait to share this unique adventure with you soon. Cordially, yours truly, Daedalic Entertainment. A passionate community and a unique adventure. Yeah, there's not really anything unique about making a shitty game there, Daedalic, but all right.
I can't, more power to you. Passionate and so supportive of this beautiful Gollum game.
No, remarkable story in a breathtaking world. Oh, that honestly was a comedic ass thing. They gotta be taking the piss out of us, right? Like, they can't be fucking serious. No, obviously they're serious. No one ever worked on something for years and was like, "Hey, this is gonna suck, but have fun." But I feel like this is taking.
Ubisoft has kind of been doing that the last handful of years.
Fair enough, I guess. But I feel like they're taking the piss out of us here. It's like you gotta know it's not good, right?
I mean,
like, I don't know if 3 months is gonna help you any either. Like, I don't.
I just want to know who they sat down. Here's how it play out. The boss is right there. They're all coming in for the meeting, and the dude, he has it covered up. He's like, guys, I have the next best Lord of the Rings base game. And then they're like, oh, it's gonna be, like anyone else but him. And they pull the thing up, and it's Gollum. Oh. I can't believe this game.
It's one of those decisions that doesn't make sense, It's like,
it makes literally no sense at all.
Like, I remember an old joke
I can't wait for.
What's up?
I can't wait for this to come out and it be like a 95 rating. And
watch it blow us away.
Everyone, and even online, I've seen people have been shitting on it since it got in. At first, it was like, oh, that might be okay. And then when you got into it and it's like a full, huge, complex game, people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's been getting shit on ever since. And
look at these screenshots.
Like a 92.
Look at Gollum. This fucking thing looks terrible. And like, I'm normally the guy that's like, oh, judge it when it comes out. He looks like a fucking, like, I don't even know, a wilting ape. A wilting ape is what Gollum looks like in this fucking screenshot. that I'm looking at.
Do you guys know the legend of the ET Atari game?
Yeah.
I do.
It almost
yes,
it almost
I-
single-handedly
I-
destroyed the video game industry, and only Nintendo was able to save it.
Wait, you know what this
Not-
looks like? It looks like a
not that this is-
360 game, but it's like one of those crappy
Sorry,
ones you
DJ.
find in a bin.
No, you're good.
Like, it's so bad.
This is gonna be as close as we can get in modern times to like our generation living the Atari ET nightmare. Like I think it's. I'm not saying it's gonna be that horrendous, but it's gonna be damn close.
I will say though, in our predictions, we do have a chance to change them now because the release date has been pushed, so we can change it later. And honestly, I think I might go up a couple points because the delay is never going to make the game worse. It's just already so bad. I don't think there's really anywhere good to go. But like, more time to work on something is never a bad thing. My honest opinion. So like, we will get a chance to re-predict the scores for that game, and I might actually give it an extra point or two. Spoiler alert: if you haven't seen last week's episode, we like predicted it in the 50s and the low 60s. So we're not very high on it, but you know, we do get a chance to re-roll, so to speak.
Oh yeah, when will we talk about the results and that? I forgot about that.
Whenever
Live Alive came out.
Yeah, I know. I put the scores on there. We'll do a whole episode where we combine it together and we talk about it. Probably before we predict the next couple of months, so the next batch of games. All right. Anything else on Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora delayed and Gollum? Oh, one thing I did want to talk about is this is a crazy stat I read. With the Gollum delay, it brings the total delays in 2022 to 37 games.
That's insane.
Now, some of those stayed in 2022, so that's not exactly fair. They just got delayed till later. Not all of those left, but still, 37 games have been delayed this year alone.
That's insane.
That's a lot of fucking video games that we don't get to play when we thought we were going to play them.
That's even more crazy to think that we're not even like towards the end of the year yet. So how many
we're
more
only in
will we
July.
have delayed?
Yeah. Only in the 7th month, so. All right. Moving on. Unfortunately, there's 2 more stories of complete another Ubisoft disappointment for you fans out there. And we're going to talk about it because we love apparently shitting on Ubisoft. We do it week in and week out, but it's not my fault. It's the shit stories that come up. Like DJ said, apparently an unannounced Ubisoft game is rumored to be Assassin's Creed Rift, and it has been delayed again. So not much to say here. I was looking for a press release by Ubisoft, but I couldn't find the press release for it, so I don't know if they have anything to say or not. I just find it kind of funny that you have to delay a game that you haven't even announced yet. Why say it? We don't know that it exists yet. Why would you tell us that you just delayed a game that we don't even know exists? Just delay it and not fucking say anything. It makes no sense. We don't know that it exists, so there's no point in telling us you've delayed it. That just makes us more skeptical about what you haven't showed us yet.
Unnamed game. I was so excited for this unnamed game. Dude.
It's like oh, hey, I'm making this movie that I haven't seen showed you yet, but just know that it's not coming out when I thought it was going to come out. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Ubisoft? Just make the goddamn
James
game.
Cameron did kind of do that with the Avatar movies. He's like, oh, by the way, I'm making 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's not going to be in 4 or 5 years like I thought. It's going to be like 10, 11,
That's different because we knew what that was. We knew it was Avatar. It's just the rumor.
That's true.
That this is Assassin's Creed Rift. They delayed an unannounced game. Why would you announce that
at this point?
I'm sorry, I'm fucking ranting, but I don't understand the ideology behind delaying something that you've never even talked about before. The fuck does that mean? God damn it! I'm so angry.
I was so excited for Assassin's Creed Rift.
Now, to be fair, we did get delayed. Apparently, Assassin's Creed Rift is a more smaller. Where is it? Hold on. Oh yeah, so Rift was originally planned as an expansion for the 2020 title Assassin's Creed Valhalla, like it needs any more expansions. Though the project became a standalone game in late 2021 to add to the company's thin release schedule. Well, you can't get a release schedule if you don't put the game out. While not much is known about the game, it is reportedly set in the Middle East and features a smaller scope with a focus on stealth gameplay. So I guess there's still fucking hope. I don't know, dude. I'm so lost. I don't know what my life is anymore.
It's an expansion for Valhalla, which is about Vikings, and unless you know that the Vikings conquered a fuck ton of land, you're gonna be really confused as to why there's Vikings in the Middle East.
Well, okay, so no,
Good job, Ubisoft.
It was originally planned as an expansion. Like Sony did the same thing with Uncharted Lost Legacy. It was originally planned to be like short, like DLC story to Uncharted 4. But during development, they said, hey, this is getting too big. Let's just make it its own smaller release. And that's what they did. And it's a 6-7 hour release. And it's great. It's amazing. So I'm guessing that's kind of what happened here. Like it was being planned and developed as a DLC pack in some regard to Valhalla, and then they just said, hey, let's just fucking make this its own game. So we'll get it eventually, I guess.
Sense.
Well,
how much you want to bet there's not even fucking this? How much you want to bet it's not even Assassin's Creed? They got delayed. It's just some random ass game that we don't care about.
What if it's Splinter Cell?
Speaking of Splinter Cell, not only is Ubisoft delaying Avatar's Frontiers at Pandora and a game that we don't know about, but it's also apparently flat out canceling 4 more titles in an attempt to cut costs and focus on its bigger names. Among these canceled games are both Ghost Recon Frontline and the Splinter Cell VR game. So, Jesus fuck, man. This is why
Ubisoft is definitely going up.
Dude, like Frontline was like done, wasn't it? Like they showed it off last year. It looked done.
Yeah, well, the thing about Frontline is they were building that from scratch. And yeah, they supposedly got a lot of work done on it, and then they realized how much people didn't want it, and then they're like, well,
I mean, look at these screenshots. Look at these screenshots. It looks like a done game. Just because people don't want it, they'll still give it a try. Come out with the game, and if it's good, guess what? People will play it. You know?
Yeah, especially with Warzone not doing so great right now. I mean, they could have just released it.
I mean, well, Warzone 2 is right around the corner, but...
That's true, yeah. It would be a massacre.
I mean, but the fact that you put I could only guess to be years and multiple years of development time behind this, considering we saw it last year. We saw the trailer. You can look at the screenshots on your computers right now, both of you guys. Like, this game was as close to being finished as I think I've seen a game that didn't get delayed, just flat out done. We're canceling it. We're not making it. Like, at this point, just fucking put the game out. If it sucks, whatever. Like, you didn't lose anything.
Well, I hope they still... I don't know why I'm saying hope, because I don't have much hope for Ubisoft. But I would hope that since they're canceling this, they don't just, like, delete, get rid of everything. I hope they use what they've tried to build in this and actually build a proper Ghost Recon game. But that says a lot. Because I know Ubisoft can't seem to make any Tom Clancy game like they used to. So, yeah. Because, I mean, when I remember we talked about this a long time ago, Mike, but when this game was first showcased, like the first few minutes, I'm like, no way. It's first person. It's Ghost Recon. They're going back to the classics. They're bringing it back. And then it said Battle Royale. And I'm like, no. No. No one asked for this. Not a single person. But never did I ever think that they were just going to straight up end development completely on this game.
Yeah,
which, again, seems like it was pretty dang close to being finished. I mean, they probably still had some things to work out, but it seemed, even from all the gameplay, screenshots, etc., it looked very completed. So it almost seems like they're like, well, instead of wasting money, and because, I mean, have you noticed that they've been closing a lot of their servers for their old games and stuff too?
Yeah. But you say wasting money. They already made the fucking game.
Well,
it's definitely a waste of not... I mean, if you put it out, you could probably get 10 people to buy it.
Well, it's probably going to be free to play.
It was.
I hope so.
It was.
I would hope.
But
okay.
I also want to read...
I think the server costs would be insane. That's why I don't think they... I
want to read this sentence real quick because it's funny. It says, it was first announced back in October as a free-to-play Battle Royale spin-off with 102-player battle. Spin-off from what? What is it spinning off of? We don't have any Ghost Recon free-to-play.
Breakpoint and Wildlands.
Well, that's fucking stupid. It's not a spin-off. It's just in the same vein.
Yeah, I know.
I really don't want to talk about Ubisoft no more, but they keep fucking up, so I keep having to bring them up. Speaking of fucking up, just kidding, it's not really a fuck up, but Logan, earlier this week, you got your first experience with Discord on Xbox, and I wanted you to tell everybody about it. So take it away. Those of you didn't know, Discord finally came Discord voice chat finally came to Xbox owners, the first console to get it. Hopefully we'll get it in PlayStation pretty shortly, because that would be nice for cross-platform games. But anyway, this was confusing. This wasn't easily done. And I just wanted Logan to tell you guys his experience with it, because I was along for the ride.
Well, it clearly technically isn't out yet. So we kind of didn't know that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, these articles are talking all about it's out and all that, but when you finally read the fine print, it's only for the testing program for Xbox. So like the people that are signed up for the early testing program, they can use it right now. I can't. So, yeah. I mean, I'm excited for this. Do I think they could have done this in way better form? Yeah, even Mike agrees with me. Why don't they just give us the app? Let us download it on our Xbox. It literally has an app thing on the system where you could download things. Just take Discord, put it on Xbox. Done. You fixed it. You figured it out. I don't know why it's so hard for them to do that. Instead, you have the fun workaround system where you have to have the Xbox app, you have to have the Discord app, but then you got to link your accounts. But if you already linked your accounts, you have to unlink your accounts, relink your accounts, then you have to go onto Discord. But instead of when you have to make sure someone's already on the call, or I guess you could probably do it without somebody on the call. But you have to click on the thing that you want to join the call. Then it says, "Oh, do you want to join on Xbox?" Then you say, "Oh, yeah," and then you do that. You have to go back to the Xbox app. Then it goes. It's so convoluted. It's stupid. Um, I mean, it's kind of sad that we have to literally pick and choose for this Discord to finally come to console, to the point where we have to accept this crap. Like, this is annoying. It's dumb. It's a horrible process. It's so convoluted, and literally, it's so simple to fix by literally just taking an app and putting it on a system. But I'm not a rocket scientist or anything. That would be too. I guess I understand the inner workings of Discord and not just putting an app onto a console. But I guess it's too hard to develop for. So they just straight up made it the most convoluted thing possible by making you go this whole loophole after loophole till you can finally get on a Discord call with your friends. It's stupid.
Yeah,
it is bad.
There was a Reddit thread I was reading into. I didn't make any comments or anything because it was a very fanboy ass Reddit thread on both sides, PlayStation and Xbox. But there were some people saying that last year with Sony's investment into Discord, they made a pretty sizable investment. People are theorizing that this is the only thing that Sony would allow Discord to do on Xbox, and when Discord comes to the PlayStation, it'll be integrated into the system. I think the second part of that is correct. I think it will be integrated. It should be integrated into Xbox. But the first part is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Sony only allowed Discord was big enough to tell Xbox no when Xbox wanted to buy them. I don't think Discord went to Sony and be like, hey, we kind of want to put this Discord on Xbox. And Sony's like, oh no, it can be on there, but it's got to go run through the phone, connected to the app on the phone to the console. No, Sony didn't say that shit at all. They made an investment into a successful company because that'll make them more money. And maybe, yes, they get some kickback from it with system integration with Discord and the app, which would be good for their console and for their ease of use and all that. Maybe, but they invested into the company because it's a successful company that's independent. You fucking idiots. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's not like PlayStation owns Discord.
They don't own anything. They're just an investor.
That's what I mean. It's
like a bank, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. That's such a stupid argument between both, but it's just, this is stupid in general. That you're coming out with this half-ass solution for console, and you just well, they're gonna bend down, take the knee, and accept it because that's what we're gonna give them. And I just think it's stupid. I want Discord on console. It would literally, for first thing, it's the best way to chat with people. That's why clearly everybody on PC uses it. And clearly people on PC want to play with people on like systems too. Like I have friends that play on PC that always ask me to get on Discord, but the only way I could do that is if I keep my game muted and I talk to them on my phone.
Yeah.
Yes, this is great. This is a step forward, but how is it this slow of a step? Like why do we need to take such a small step? Just make the app, put it on both PlayStation and Xbox, and just work.
No, time out, because here's the thing. You don't even have to make the app. Xbox is a Microsoft-owned entity. There is a app for Microsoft Windows for Discord. You don't even have to make the app. The app exists. Now, I understand it's probably not a one-to-one translation. In fact, I guarantee you it's not a one-to-one translation. I get that. But it cannot be fucking, like you said, rocket science to just find a way to port the Windows app to Xbox app, considering Xbox runs a version of Windows as its OS in the background.
Yeah, it's
or
so
some way.
stupid.
I think I could be completely wrong on that.
Discord over Xbox game chat in the first place, or
Xbox
party chat.
Awful, dude. It sucks.
No, you're right. You're right.
So
you're 100% right, dude. Like it's garbage, and I would rather them just bring Discord to Xbox and all that. I just want Discord to be on all platforms. It should just be the new party chat thing, and it's great because then it would be cross-platform, which is a whole big thing gaming's been doing lately. You know, it's great. And I'm happy and not happy, well, more unhappy about this than I am happy. Like, I'm happy that I can finally now use Discord in a sense, in a very, very light sense. But, like, it's stupid that you just can't make a simple app. Or it already is made, and not just make a port.
You can't port
bring
the app,
it to consoles. Yeah.
Now,
I
was going to ask you, what if in 2 or 3 or whatever months, it comes to PlayStation and it is full-on system integration? Like, one, that's great for me, but I also think that sucks. Like, yeah, I'm quote-unquote a Sony pony. I'll tell anyone that. I love Sony consoles. I love that, and I want them to succeed, but, like, that's fucking dumb. Like, if they get exclusive rights to the system integration, that also makes no fucking sense for Discord, because if you're Discord, you would want everybody to be using Discord. This whole thing makes no fucking sense, dude.
Yeah, no, this whole thing is just, it's confusing. A weird, dumb, confusing mess, and it makes me, again, like, I'm, like, very, very little excited about this, because, again, like, I have people I like to talk to on Discord, and I like to play games with them, especially since, like, let's say when Halo Infinite comes out, I mean, you can literally just get on Discord and chat while playing Halo, if this happens to officially be released by then. But still, it's just so convoluted and dumb. And I don't even know how well it works because, again, it's only in the testers program, so I don't know if it even works well or not. Still, like, just come on. Just make either that, or just another simple way is, since you're having all these profiles linked to each other, maybe, I don't know, like, have Xbox pay like a partnership fee to be have Discord be integrated into their system as well. Maybe that's the easier way of doing this instead of having an app. Dude. I don't know.
If you're Discord, you turn down Xbox's bid for purchasing. That was a weird way to say that, but they said no. So with that, the simple fact that they said no means they want Discord to be everywhere. That's the only logical reason you would say no to Xbox money or Microsoft money. Because you want you want Discord to be the platform that people use to talk to each other while online, while gaming. Because I want to remind people, gaming is the single biggest entertainment industry on the planet right now in terms of profitability, in terms of actually engagement as well. There's nothing bigger out there than video games and the communities that we live in as gamers. So if you're Discord, you want to be the single proponent behind all that. So I don't understand. Again, none of this makes sense. I don't understand how it's out on Xbox, but not really yet. But even when it does launch, it's kind of really not that great. Oh, sorry, DJ, you gotta head out. That's cool. Just wanted to say.
Yeah, I got a dip. I there's going over stuff. none of this really pertains to me per se as of right now. Just because we haven't been playing a lot of multiplayer stuff online.
No, you're good.
I can always dip in next time I'm on, or you and me can pick it up while Logan is gone for that episode. I can throw my 2 cents in about a couple of the movies, but other than that, yeah, thanks for having me back on. I got to dip because working long hours before my baby comes. So
well, that's good, man. You have a good one.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again.
Yep. Thanks for
letting
joining
me
along.
rant.
No, you're good. Rant away, sir. You have a good night, man.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. Have a good one.
Yep. See ya.
We don't have too much more, but like I was saying, just none of this makes sense, Logan. I don't
No, I
don't
dude, like,
get why one has it, one doesn't, but one what they have sucks, and it's like just figure your shit out.
Yeah, it's just a whole mess, and like I honestly think literally it's really dumb that like people like all gaming, we should all be able to soon hopefully start to all come together. I mean, there's a lot more cross play games now. It's great to see that, all these things are connecting together, and I love this. This is great. I mean, heck, Battlefield 24 2, you play on PlayStation, I play on Xbox. Just to think of something like that a couple years ago, that just never existed. But the issue is like Discord would be the perfect binding of everything together, because then we could, I mean, other than I don't think Nintendo Switch is ever going to get it, but I mean they don't even have game chat themselves. But
Well, they do. It's on the phone.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You just got to call each other like it's 1998.
Yeah. Anyways, all their commercials literally show them on like FaceTime and Skype, which I think is so funny because they don't even advertise their own game chat. But yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say. But Discord, come on, man, just like put the app on the consoles.
Well, I don't know who to blame here. I don't know whether to blame Discord. I don't know whether to blame Microsoft. I don't know whether to blame. So I don't know who's the fault or what's going on, because it doesn't, like I said, it just doesn't make sense how they can't figure out a way to make this work. Like, we've been hearing about Discord integration with consoles for 2 years. Are you telling me that it is this confusing to put a, albeit fairly deep communication app integrated into the system? The systems, by the way, that already have integrated communication systems.
Exactly.
Of functionality. So, I don't know. Let's go ahead and move on and go ahead and get out of here. I just want to say I don't fucking understand what's so confusing about this, but I guess that's why I don't work for Discord or Xbox or PlayStation. So
I guess, small victory, but
it's a step. Better. As you said, it's a step in the right direction. It's just a confusing, not even really a half step. I'd say this is like a quarter step.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and wrap this long episode up. We're gonna go down to the review roundup, the review roundup for which was a pretty actually big week in gaming. On July 19th, we saw Dust Falls come out on Xbox Series X and S and PC and got a 76. Endling Extinction is Forever came out on PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles, Nintendo Switch, and PC and got a 79. Stray, my boy, came out on PS5, PS4, and PC, got an 84. Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels DLC came out, obviously, on Xbox Series X and S and PC, got an 87. Coromon came out on Nintendo Switch and got a 71. Live Alive came out on Nintendo Switch and got an 81. Bright Memory Infinite came out on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and Switch and got a 67. Capcom Arcade Second Stadium came out on PlayStation, Xbox, PC, and Switch, got a 78. Hellpie came out on Xbox Series X and S, PS5, PS4, Switch, and PC, and got a 70. And Hazel Sky came out on PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, Switch, and PC, and also got a 70. I gotta say, I don't know what the fuck those last two games are, but the video games that existed.
Yeah, I had no idea those existed. What's even more bigger surprise is the fact that Bright Memory Infinite runs on the Switch.
Yeah,
what the heck?
That's what we said last week when it was on the out this week. I was like, how the hell is this game running on Nintendo Switch?
Yeah,
apparently
I
not very well
because
that. 67. So,
oof.
Yeah, apparently maybe it doesn't run this well, but I also believe that. I also remember when Bright Memory came out, they said it was an okay proof of concept, but they would like to see how it expands upon. It doesn't sound like he expanded on it very well. But still, credit where credit's due. This game was made mostly by one person with the help of another team towards the end of its development. So, credit where credit's due, man. You made a game mostly by yourself. So I don't even care that he got 63. That's impressive on itself. Hopefully he gets hired to work for somebody somewhere. So
yeah.
All right, out this week, guys. It's not exactly what I would call a banger of a week, but you got some stuff. So on July 26th, Story of Seasons, Pioneers of Olive Town comes out on PS5 and PS4. Octopath Traveler, Champions of the Continent comes out on iOS and Android. July 28th sees Bear and Breakfast come out on PC. Lost Epic come out on PS5, PS4, and PC. Strange Horticulture comes out on Nintendo Switch. Captain Velvet Meteor, The Jump and Dimensions comes out on Nintendo Switch. July 29th sees Digimon Survive, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Don't know why I put Xbox One. Did it again. Xenoblade Chronicles, the big one. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I forgot to type that. Comes out on Nintendo Switch. And
okay. I was like, is that just the original? I was like,
I forgot to type 3. And RimWorld Console Edition comes out on Xbox One. I did it again, and PS4. Yeah, pretty much.
No, I think you're right on saying Xbox One. No, that's correct. I think you are.
Well, yeah, but even if it comes out on Xbox One, it would still be available to play on Xbox Series X and S. I don't know why I put. I
guess that's
One.
fair. I mean,
yeah,
that's fair.
So it seems like this is pretty much just Xenoblade week because there's nothing else here, dude. Like I didn't even know Octopath Traveler was getting an iOS game.
What you mean, dude? There's Bear and Breakfast.
Yeah, it really is.
That is.
Bear and Breakfast really is a lost epic made up of strange horticulture.
Oh goodness.
Combination. Oh, wow. You're not gonna play Xenoblade, are you?
I've never even played the first two, so I can't really judge them.
Well, it's like Final Fantasy; they're not really connected. So.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna play anything this week. Well, I will play things this week, but I'm not gonna play any of these this week. So.
Nah, I'm more excited for other games coming out next. Those are where it's gonna be at.
Yep, we're kind of getting
and all that.
We're kind of getting through all the slow months. There's things coming out, at least 1 or 2 things each and every month now. Pretty excited. We get to start talking about and reviewing some more, I guess, modern games. I guess hopefully it doesn't take us three months to produce a review for each and every game. But
oh yeah,
to be fair, Horizon would have been a lot sooner if somebody would have finished the game. I was done with Horizon in 2 weeks, but
yeah,
whatever.
Well,
life is
Lamb,
life.
I feel like won't be that long. So if you do end up getting Cole Lamb, which I probably might get it, then we can get that review out.
What'd you say?
Cult of the Lamb.
Cult of the Lamb. I thought you said Cold Am, and I was like, bro, I don't know what the fuck Cold Am
yeah,
is.
Man, the new game, Cold Am.
I was like, what? I was just gonna let you live your life. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our show. Everyone who has either been watching or listening, we just wanted to take this time and thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Without your support, we could not be doing what we're trying to do here at the XP Podcast and at the Experience Point. But please, we need your help. Help us continue to grow by telling people, anyone, your friends, family, relatives, Joe down the road, or even the cat walking down the street. You never know, it could be sentient. Let them know of how cool we are. Even if we're not cool, maybe lie to them. At least give them to watch 1 episode, see if they like it. Logan, any last words?
Thank you guys for stopping by. I know this was a very, very long one, but there was a lot of exciting news to pick through, especially with all the Marvel stuff that seemed to be pretty much the episode today. But
the spoiler cast was an hour and 37 minutes. So
yeah, so thank you guys for actually getting through it. Really appreciate everybody stopping by. I hope everybody's having a good one. Summer's getting seriously insanely hot. But
that's the truth.
Yeah, next month we got some good games coming. Cannot wait. Surprisingly, for at least one of them. But yeah, thank you guys for stopping by. And as always, I would like to say thank you to our Patreon Platinum members. Logan Leffler, we do really appreciate your help every single month. And as always, if you guys would like to give us a like and subscribe, we'd really appreciate it. And have a good one.
Yep. Once again, thanks everyone for listening and following along with us on this journey of ours. I hope everyone has a great week, and we'll talk to you on the next one. See you guys.
See ya.